Welcome to a rainy Fenway Park as we get ready for a weekend series, a three-game series between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Boston Red Sox. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the Red Sox with a nice victory last night, and lately Xander Bogaerts has been on fire for Boston.
Well, it's been interesting, Don. You know, when the Red Sox re-signed Stephen Drew, Xander Bogaerts was a little bit unhappy about that because he wasn't sure about what his role was going to be. And, you know, there's two ways to go. You know, you accept it and you move on, or you get discouraged. Well, he's moved on in a big way. You can see the numbers right here. Before signing Drew, in 41 games, a 270 average with a 372 on-base percentage. Since the Drew signing, in 9 games, 395 for Xander Bogaerts with an on-base percentage of 452. And right now, what's impressive is the fact that he's using the whole field. Good example in the ball game last night. Early in the ball game, driving the ball high off that left field wall. And then later in the game, going to the opposite field. Very strong right there, using the whole ballpark, and of course involved in the game winner, which was also hit hard down at third base. Ended up to be an error at second base for the Red Sox walk off with the victory. So he's played exceptional baseball, not only offensively, but also with the defense.
That's part of our Lowe's Never Stop Improving. But tonight, the Red Sox will send Brandon Workman to the mound for Boston in Game 1 of the series. They got to deal with David Price tonight for the second time in less than a week. Price will be on the hill for the Tampa Bay Rays. 4-4 with a 4.42 earned run average. We're back at Fenway with more right after this. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, these two teams over the years really have had some drama. A lot of dust-ups between the Red Sox and Rays, and the rivalry has really heated up over the last few seasons and did a week ago. The Red Sox were at the Trop in St. Pete. As they trailed 5 runs in the game, it was Yunel Escobar taking third base on a stolen base. Now, the Red Sox did not like that. What they really didn't like was Yunel Escobar kind of challenging the entire dugout as he walked down the third base line. Both benches would clear, and Johnny Gomes would come from left field and did get a piece of Yunel Escobar, as it turned out. Really no serious punches were thrown, but another dust-up between the Red Sox and Rays to think about as we head into this 3-game series. A lot for the Red Sox to think about tonight. They got to deal with David Price once again, as El Duncan joins us.
Thank you, Don. You know, before last Saturday's game, I told A.J. Brzezinski that 4 guys in the lineup had never faced David Price, so did he have any advice for them? His advice was, well, I haven't had a lot of success with the guy, but you just got to pray that he messes up, and then you got to whomp him when he does, and that's exactly what A.J. did in that first inning on that 3-run shot. But, of course, as we all know, the Sox then only got 2 hits in 14 frames after that. So we talked with A.J. again before today's game about the importance of not only getting that lead, but keeping it in our Geico quote of the day.
He's good, and he's hard. He's tough. He's not an easy guy to square up. He's got a lot of pitches that he can throw at you, so you basically just hope he makes a mistake like we talked about last time. You don't miss it, because if you miss it, you know you can be in trouble, and he can dominate a game. And we scored 5 off him last time. Hopefully we can do that again tonight.
and hope it holds up is exactly the sentiment that was happening in the clubhouse after last Saturday's loss. Jake Peavy took a lot of the responsibility, saying if you score 5 runs on a Cy Young winner, that has to be enough to win a game. We'll see if they're able to do that tonight in a more collaborative effort with Brandon Workman on the mound. Don?
Ardell, thanks very much. Well, Yawkey Way is a buzz. It's the Red Sox and Rays, and it's next on Nesson. Your New England Audi dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, your New England Ford dealers, Sullivan Tire and Auto Repair, and by Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com. Overcast, slightly raining in Boston right now as the tarp was on the field here at Fenway Park about until 6:20 tonight. They pulled it off, went to work on all the infield areas and got the field lined, and we are good to go here on time to get started. It's 62 degrees at the ballpark to get the game started tonight, as the wind direction light and variable. That's different, Jerry. I've not seen variable before, but it is light and variable, and there are showers in the area as the Red Sox take their field tonight in their alternate red jerseys on this Friday night. As they do, let's check out the Tampa Bay Rays starting 9. David DeJesus, the DH, leading it off for Tampa Bay, with Ben Zobrist back in there for the Rays off the DL. Matt Joyce is in left field. Evan Longoria is at third base. James Loney at first base, with Desmond Jennings in center field batting 6th. Will Myers is in right. Yadel Escobar at shortstop bats 8th, and Jose Molina does the catching, batting 9th. Tonight's Red Sox starting pitchers presented by your New England Audi dealers. Experience the all-new 2015 Audi A3 today. Brandon Workman makes his 5th appearance with the Red Sox this year, his 2nd start and 2nd straight start against Tampa Bay. A 3.18 earned run average so far. 10 strikeouts, 4 walks, and opponents hitting at .214 against Workman. In 3 career games against Tampa Bay, 2 of which were starts, 0-1 with a 4.85 earned run average. He's seen his fair share of time against the Rays.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They have moved up to 7th in the league with 32 errors in 53 games. Brock Holt will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second, and Mike Kopp, the first baseman. Left to right, Johnny Gomes, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Grady Sizemore. And A.J. Brzezinski doing the catching for Workman.
Well, the umpiring crew tonight, Dan Bellino has the plate calling the balls and strikes, with Tom Woodring at first base, DJ Rayburn at second base, and the crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, is the umpire at third. This game is available in Spanish. SAP function is brought to you by the new Captain Morgan White Rum.
Buenas noches, amigos.
As you can see, cloud-covered Fenway Park right now. Lights are on at Fenway, and the Red Sox and Rays renewing their rivalry here in this 3-game weekend series. And Brandon Workman about to get his second start of 2014 for Boston. David DeJesus climbs into the box for the Rays. They're in their alternate jerseys tonight as well, the road blue jerseys. Rays had yesterday off spent in Boston after their 3-game series in Toronto against the red hot Blue Jays. They had to deal with them. Finally got the Jays in the final game of that series. First pitch of this one is going to miss for ball 1, and we're underway. The Jesus been leading off quite a bit for Tampa Bay at 261 with 5 homers and 15 runs batted in. Slaps it foul, and it's 1-1.
Of course, Workman with the fastball, the cut fastball, curveball, and changeup.
Joe Maddon's Rays coming in. Game and a half back of the Red Sox. They had pulled ahead of the Red Sox when Boston was in St. Pete. But they had a tough time with the Blue Jays up in Toronto. Red Sox continuing to win. They've won 4 straight in the meantime and have surpassed the Rays in the American League East. Red Sox trying to keep this streak alive after taking the 4 games against Atlanta. Framed by Brzezinski, but it's outside. 3-1.
A couple of pitches close on the outside part of the plate, but not going in the way of Workman. Trying to nip that outside corner with fastballs.
Ben Zobrist waiting on deck. In there for strike 2 as Workman battles back.
And DeJesus doing his job as a leadoff hitter on the 3-1 count, taking a strike, seeing as many pitches as possible here in the first inning.
Enjoying the month of May. Fouls it off to the left, and you'll see his 7th pitch in this at bat. Well, it has been 16 games since the Rays last scored a first inning run. Battle here between Workman and DeJesus. DeJesus pops it up foul. Back comes A.J. Pierzynski, but he won't have a play. It's on the screen. Well, in the AL East last year, the Red Sox and Rays finishing 1-2. Red Sox winning the division. The Rays winning the American League wild card, 1 of 2, and right now they occupy 4th and 5th place in the division. So neither off to the start that they really want to get off to in 2014. Right now it's the Blue Jays and Yankees at the top of the division. This is lined down the right field line, and it is going to be a fair ball. Rattles by Sizemore into the corner, so DeJesus can keep on running. He's headed for third base. He'll get there without a problem, standing. And we'll see how they rule this. This came off the wall hard, and Sizemore could not field it cleanly.
Yeah, probably go as a double and an error on Sizemore out in right field. What a great at bat by DeJesus to lead this ball game off. So a lot of pitches. Finally got a fastball down the middle and ricochets it off that wall. It gets by Sizemore, and standing on third base, DeJesus.
So a double and an error charged to Sizemore out in right field. And it brings up Ben Zobrist. Zobrist was not part of the series in St. Pete. Reinstated tonight, his first game off the DL for Zobrist after dislocating his left thumb. Played 1 rehab game for Class A Charlotte, won 1 for 4 on Wednesday. Right back in there again with Joe Maddon. Zobrist certainly a very big part of this Rays team. That's second in the order tonight. And the dirt gathered by Pierzynski.
And such a valuable guy for the Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, does about everything. Plays second base, can play outfield, moves around quite a bit. Moves around in the batting order, but usually at the top of the order.
As bad as that finger looked when it got dislocated, it looked like it was going to be a lot longer than it turned out to be. On the ground, chopped right side. Pedroia's got it. No play at the plate, so throws to first, and a run scores for Tampa Bay. De Jesus scoring from third, and Tampa on top 1-0.
At this stage of the ball game, the Red Sox playing the infield back here in the first inning, and any kind of contact except back to the pitcher or probably to third base, you're going to score a run. And that's exactly what Zobrist does. He gets that ground ball to second base, and Tampa Bay takes a very quick 1-0 lead.
So 1 out, a run in, bases empty, and Matt Joyce, the batter, hitting at .281. 3 homers and 22 runs batted in. For Joyce, they really play for Bradley Jr. over in right center field. He moves from center to right center, expecting him to pull in the outfield, and they stack it up in the infield too with his shift.
And really a very close distance between Pedroia and Mike Carp, first baseman.
Rays leading hitter versus right-handers at .313, dealing with Brandon Workman tonight.
Now with 2 strikes, they move Bogarts back to shortstop, and they move Holt into that deep second base position. The reason they do that, any chance of a bunt is eliminated with 2 strikes.
And the breaking ball just missing away. Curveball at 77. 7 starts this year for Brandon Workman with the Pawtucket Red Sox, and he's 3-1 with a 5.12 earned run average. 22 earned runs in 38 2/3 innings. The numbers were not great with Pawtucket. This one fouled off. First outing this year in the big leagues against Tampa Bay, 5 innings, 3 runs. Not part of the decision in his first start of this season. 4th overall in the majors after 3 starts last year. He's had to have some lengthy at bats here in this first inning.
Yeah, they've done a good job building up the pitch count a little bit early in the first inning for Workman. We talked about it last time out for him. You know, one of the reasons they obviously chose him is because of the experience he has. He had some experience last year, and obviously in the postseason for the Red Sox, and felt that he was well equipped to take on this chore.
In the air the other way, sending Johnny Gomes back onto the dirt of the track to make the catch for the second out of the first inning. Well, fans, you can test your Red Sox IQ right now. The MLB Pre-Play mobile app. Download for free and start predicting every at-bat of every Red Sox game all season. Tonight, Pre-Play predicts Brandon Workman will go 5 2/3 innings, allowing 7 hits, giving up 3 earned runs. Two down in the first inning for Evan Longoria. He'll shoot it foul off to the right, out of play.
He's got very good numbers against Workman. 4 for 7 with a home run.
Last 6 games, hitting at .367 coming into tonight's game. And tough on the road this year for Longoria. Great numbers at the Trop. But he'll take this into right center field, just over the glove of Dustin Pedroia at second base. And a 2-out single for Evan Longoria, second hit of the inning for Tampa Bay.
And those good numbers continue against Workman. And, you know, we started to see that down in a series in Tampa last weekend, where he was starting to use the whole field, moving those pitches with the inside-out swing to the opposite field, to center field. And, you know, obviously that's when he's at best, when he's going from right center to left.
So 2 down, Longoria at first base, and James Loney the batter. So it's a .292 average, 2 homers, and 28 runs batted in. Tuesday at Toronto, he got a double. It had been his first double in the last 20 games. He had not had an extra base hit in the previous 20 games. A lot of singles out of Loney, who's put together a pretty good year. He's been up over 300 for most of the years. He was last year, but a lot of singles. He hits a .292 coming into tonight's game. Takes the strike right at the bottom of the zone. Loney didn't like it. In the last 2 years, James Loney first in the majors with a .322 road batting average. As he takes strike 2. Both have been borderline calls, but going against Loney, 0-2.
Yeah, both pitches that really a hitter does not want to swing at. A good low fastball the first pitch, and then a pitch on the outside corner for the second strike.
Too far away that time, 1-2. Rays have lost 4 straight road games, while being outscored 36-15 in the last 4 road games. Loney battling back here, 2-2 the count. A lot of first inning pitches for Brandon Workman, facing his 5th batter of the inning.
Tries the changeup that time. The second changeup he's featured in this game at 88 miles an hour.
Workman thought he had it. It looked like a pretty good pitch, but it's called the ball, and it's full now.
Yeah, Workman already had a step toward the Red Sox dugout. Thought he had the outside corner and a backdoor curveball. And it looks like he did.
Now Longoria at first base can get a start here with 2 down in the first inning. Loney to right field. Sizemore coming in will make the catch to end the first inning. A run for the Rays. Red Sox coming up. The Tampa Bay Rays grab a run in the top of the first. Red Sox lineup coming up as Brock Holt at third base leads it off. Xander Bogaerts at shortstop bats second. Dustin Pedroia at second base in the 3-hole with David Ortiz at DH. Johnny Gomes and left. A.J. Pierzynski does the catching. Bats sixth with Mike Karp at first base. Grady Sizemore out in right field. And Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field bats ninth. Tonight's Rays starting pitcher presented by your New England Nissan dealers. Second time the Red Sox have seen David Price in the last week. His 12th start of the year, 4-4 with a 4.42 earned run average. 84 strikeouts, 8 walks, and opponents hitting at 272 against Price. Brock Holt leading it off and taking strike one. Rain starting to fall here at Fenway Park. Anticipated on again, off again over the course of the evening. Maybe playing through the rain tonight and hopefully without stopping. Holt will take strike two.
A lot of left-handers in the lineup tonight against David Price, and well, a lot of it's because of injuries to the Red Sox, but lefties have actually had a higher batting average, 284. Right-handers 267 against Price.
In there for strike three, and Brock Holt frozen there as Price strikes out Holt to begin this bottom of the first inning.
Cut fastball right here by David Price to pick up his 86th strikeout of the season. Excuse me, 85th, which leads the league in that category.
One down for Xander Bogaerts, sitting at 296 now, flirting with 300. 3 homers and 12 runs batted in. Well, David Price last year becoming the first starter to beat the Red Sox at Fenway Park twice within a span of 5 days in more than 70 years. A complete game on July 24th at Boston. Then came back on the 29th. And beat him again. Rain falling, a lot of umbrellas around Fenway. In there for strike two. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. David Price leads the AL in hits allowed and strikeouts. Detroit's Mickey Lolich is the last player to top the majors in both those categories. Got to go back to 1971. Price has allowed 83 hits, most in the majors.
Well, the impressive thing, too, Don, is he's only walked 8 guys on the year. 85 strikeouts and 8 walks.
Some wonder if he throws too many strikes in the strike zone too much, and that's why all the hits.
I don't know, if I had his stuff, I think I'd take my chances throwing strikes too. Pretty darn good pitcher right here, and has been for a long time.
He's thrown at least 100 pitches in his last 7 starts, 9 of the last 12. Generally around late into games. Last time out, an 8-inning effort against Boston to give up the 5 runs. Surrounds the plate but misses outside. Full count. And a bat here by Xander Bogaerts. Active leaders against the Red Sox, only CC Sabathia. More wins currently against Boston. Bogart strikes out, and Price starts the night with back-to-back Ks here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, that's the last thing you expect right there on a 3-2 count. The changeup from Price to pick up the strikeout. Let's look at the defense for the Tampa Bay Rays. They're good. They're third in the league, 27 errors on the season. Longoria, Escobar, Zobrist, and Loney in the infield. Joyce, Jennings, Myers in the outfield, and Jose Molina doing the catching for Price.
2 down for Dustin Pedroia.
Another look at that 3-2 pitch, that changeup to Xander Bogaerts. Downward movement, moving away from Bogaerts.
In the air down the right field line. It'll make its way foul as Myers gives a look. And back into the seats. Now Pedroia, like a lot of the Red Sox, some pretty good numbers in the series against the Atlanta Braves. 6 for 16, 3 RBIs. Riding a 5-game hitting streak coming into tonight's game. Look at the numbers of the 5-gamer for Dustin coming in. He's been very good defensively also. He's committed just 1 error, 240 chances. Third among all Major League second basemen, .996 fielding percentage. Price missing up and away again.
Missed that time, but missed with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
David Ortiz on deck, but there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Popped up, foul ground. Longoria will go as far as he can, but will not have a play. Striking out, Holt looking at Bogart swinging, and now Pedroia locked in a 2-2 battle with 2 down. Fouled off to the right. We'll do it again, 2-2.
And that fastball right down the heart of the plate, and Pedroia right on it, but fouls it straight back.
Chopped down the third baseline, foul. Well, the best in baseball meets the best in ice cream with Hood Champions Ice Cream. Support the home team with a scoop of Green Monster Mint or a bite of the Hood Champions Sports Bar. Always good, always Hood. Rain falling at Fenway Park. Flashes of lightning off in the distance here as game starting on time tonight. The tarp was on the field till about 40 minutes before the game.
See the conversation there between Molina and Price. I wonder, Molina was set up way inside against Pedroia, and the pitch was way outside. It was interesting to see him miss his target by that much. That time set him inside and gets the fastball inside also.
Ball 4, and Pedroia down to first base. That's a 9-pitch at bat for Dustin Pedroia.
Yep, anytime you can draw a walk against David Price, that's a pretty good thing. That's only his 9th allowed this season. Pedroia laying off a tough fastball inside to draw that walk.
2 down, Pedroia at first. David Ortiz coming up at 270 with 12 homers and 30 runs batted in. Shift on here against David Ortiz. Zobrist out in short right field with Escobar on the right side of the infield. At least to begin the at bat, they may change it up. Look out, and Ortiz gets hit in the back. And they are going to send out warnings to both sides. Interesting with a fastball there.
Well, you know, it's interesting because the umpires are right on top of things. You know, they immediately, because of the history, put warnings to both sides. And do I think that was intentional? No, I don't.
Really? I thought Gomes may get it, but I'm not surprised that Ortiz does as he heads down to first. And John Farrell not happy at all. Now his pitcher has been warned, and Farrell may have already been ejected. I would guess, based on all that he is saying now, that he was. So John Farrell apparently done for the night. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, coming over to get him.
I guess the question I have, you know, is you've gone through 3 batters. You got 2 quick outs with a strikeout. If you were going to try to get somebody, why wouldn't you get the third guy? Why would you wait for Ortiz, lefty against lefty?
Only because he is viewed as the star.
Okay.
You're a big star of the team. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
I can buy that. I can buy that.
He's the guy. If there's one guy that's going to beat you over the years, it's this guy.
But he had no involvement in what was going on down in Tampa Bay.
But sometimes you get hit because of stuff other guys do.
Exactly.
Well, AL team batting highs. Hit by pitch, 25 Red Sox. And Ortiz taking note as he gains his lead at first base. Pedroia at second. And here's Johnny Gomes, who takes strike 1.
That didn't take long, did it?
No.
You know, you never know what to expect when teams come off something like what happened last week. And you know, a lot of times nothing happens at all. And right away in the first inning, you got both teams warned. You got a manager that's been thrown out of the ball game.
It's kind of the way that's been with the Rays for quite some time. In all honesty, there have been many more dust-ups in the last 10 years with the Rays than the Yankees.
Oh, absolutely. Almost won a series.
Desmond Jennings is center fielder over towards left center field. And now Price wanted to see the signs again as he backs off. Ball and 2 strikes to Johnny Gomes. Red Sox trying to answer a first inning Tampa Bay run.
I'm with you, though. I thought if it was going to be anybody, it'd probably be Johnny Gomes because he was the guy that was most involved.
He actually made contact with Escobar.
For the Red Sox.
He's taking a long time in between pitches, per usual. Ready with his 1-2 pitch finally to Gomes. And a swing and a miss, elevated at 94. Strikes out Johnny Gomes, ends up striking out the side. Done with one. Rays lead at 1-0. Tonight is brought to you by Ace Ticket, the official ticket partner of the Boston Red Sox. Back at Fenway Park as the rain has let up here a little bit as we start this second inning. Red Sox and the Rays who played one, and Tampa Bay on top 1-0. And leading it off here for the Rays, Desmond Jennings. Will Myers, then Yanel Escobar. Strike over the outside corner to Jennings. Jennings didn't like the call at all. So it's a .239 average. 5 homers, 13 runs batted in. Workman had to throw a lot of first inning pitches, 28 in all, as it worked out. He only gave up the 1 run. Myers waiting on deck. Rays batting here in the top of the second inning. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch, full Jennings. Sent it down to L. Duncan.
Well, this poll couldn't be more fitting. It's time for tonight's poll presented by the new Scion TC. And the question is, which team is the fiercest current Red Sox rival? Text Sox 1 if you think it's the Orioles. Text Sox 2 if it's the Yankees. Or Sox 3 if it's these guys right here, the Tampa Bay Rays. Remember to text your answer to 536-536, but message and data rates may apply. You can text help for info and visit NESN.com/terms to get all the legal stuff. What do you say, Don?
I'm going Rays.
Me too.
It makes 3 of us.
One down here in the second inning. Will Myers sitting at .228 coming in. Kind of a slow start for Myers, and he's been dropped down in the order to 7th. Used to hitting much higher in the order during the course of the season, but the slump has seen him drop down. Did hit a home run in the Toronto series and now has 5 home runs on the year. And a 2-run home run on Wednesday at Toronto. That actually snapped a 20-game homerless drought for him. Jackie Bradley Jr. over towards right center. Good gap out there in left center field. Close pitch, but called a ball, and it's ball 4 to Myers. First walk allowed by Workman. Dan Bellino in behind the plate tonight, calling the balls and strikes. Here comes Yunel Escobar. 254, 3 homers, 13 runs batted in. And he was in the eye of the storm in what took place last weekend in St. Pete. And I think it was more about his reaction to the Red Sox dugout than it was him stealing third base up 5 runs. It's kind of like challenging the Red Sox dugout, like, let's go. And certainly the Red Sox did not think that was too cool, and neither did Johnny Gomes coming in from left field. Gomes actually did make contact with Escobar when he got in there. Not much, but did get to him. Nobody else really could, as he was surrounded pretty quickly by his teammates and coaching staff out there in a hurry.
Well, that's the way it generally is in baseball fights. You know, you got maybe a handful of real angry guys, and the rest of the guys trying to separate everybody.
More people than usual. I mean, you got a lot of people.
You got a lot of people everywhere. You gotta really keep your eyes peeled. You know, like Sean Rodriguez got ejected from the game, and I didn't see.
I still haven't seen anything that he's done. I've seen the video a bunch. Runner goes, pitches inside, throw is going to tail towards the runner. No chance. And good diving play by Pedroia to keep that from center field. And a stolen base from Myers.
Yeah, they're going to take advantage of Workman because, you know, he's a guy that takes quite a bit of time to release that ball to home plate. There's the throw tailing, as you can see, from Pazinski, and Myers picks up his 2nd steal of the season.
Workman had walked Myers, now falls behind Escobar 3-0. Pretty good month of May for Escobar. 292 during the month. 26 games. Swinging 3-0. Pops it up right side of the infield. Mike Karp is underneath it. And puts it away for out number 2. And this was last Sunday against the Red Sox on Sunday afternoon from St. Pete. Taking third base on the stolen base. 5 runs as it turned out, but the Red Sox taking exception to this kind of reaction, looking to their dugout, kind of challenging them, and here comes Johnny Gomes from left field. Maybe you're right. I don't see Sean Rodriguez anywhere in there, but he ended up ejected. Jose Molina, the batter. And taken off for third now is Myers. The pitch is a strike, but he goes in standing up. Didn't even look at him.
No, not even a peek back at Myers. He just looks one time. Nobody close to him holding him on, and off he goes. And wisely, Molina takes that pitch and lets him steal third base.
On the ground to third. Holt's got to go across the diamond. He does in plenty of time. They leave Myers at third base. Inning and a half done. 1-0 Tampa Bay. us your fan video at 536-536. Text on TV 536-536. And get your video on NESN here tonight. A lot of fans taking some videos here at the ballpark, and we'll use yours tonight. Last half of the second inning as the Red Sox trail the Rays 1-0. AJ Brzezinski, Mike Carp, and Grady Sizemore scheduled to bat in the inning, 6, 7, and 8. AJ Brzezinski taking ball one from David Price. Struck out 3 in the first inning. Walked a batter, hit a batter. Popped up foul. That'll get back and out of play. Let's take a look at our Chevy key player to watch. AJ Brzezinski, 8-game hitting streak coming into tonight. 14 for 35 with 5 RBIs during the 8-gamer. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Cut fastball that time on the 2-1 count to get the swing and the miss from Brzezinski.
Mike Carp and Grady Sizemore anticipated in the inning. On the ground to third base to the backhand Longoria. He's got a long throw. And it'll pull him off the bag with it. James Loney couldn't keep the foot on the bag, and Brzezinski reaches at first base.
You could see that coming. Once the ball was released by Longoria at third base, you could tell it was going to sail a little bit high. He had plenty of time to make the backhand plant and make the throw, but that's where it starts to sail, and off the bag comes Loney. And safe at first base, Brzezinski, so that's probably going to be an error on Longoria. If it is, it's his 4th of the season.
No ruling yet as Mike Carp settles in on the left side. Red Sox get the lead runner on. There's strike one to Carp. They have charged Longoria with an error. The strike and it's 0-2. Staying away from Carp, but apparently picking up that corner twice.
Tough challenge for Carp tonight. 0 for his last 12, 0 for 3 in his career against Price.
John Farrell glad to have both Mike Carp and David Ortiz back in the lineup tonight. Both ailing lately. David with the calf soreness, and of course Carp injuring his foot, hit on the foot with a pitch in Atlanta, and it got worse the next day. David back in the starting lineup again, and so is Carp tonight. Ryan Lavarnway placed on the DL today, broke his hamate bone as it turns out. Left last night's game. Alex Hassan called up from the Pawtucket Red Sox here to Boston, and making his major league debut. 1-2 is to left field. Matt Joyce is out there for the first out here at the bottom of the second inning. Well, baseball is back in season, so gather 20 or more of your friends, family, and coworkers for a group outing at Fenway and secure exclusive access to seats. Call 617-226-6835 or redsox.com/groups. One on, one out, and Grady Sizemore coming up. Sizemore at 231, 2 homers and 14 runs batted in.
Clouds thickening out to the west.
Rained here in the first inning. So far, so good here in the second. And Sizemore carves it foul, 1-1. Of course, last time the Rays were here, we played a day-night doubleheader, and the Rays won both ends. 2-1, 6-5, back on May 1st. Little bobble.
Well, a couple of bobbles.
Yeah.
Couple of bobbles, but nice play eventually. He's all set for the rain, isn't he?
Not a big lead for AJ. He gets back to the bag pretty quickly. Sizemore skies one to center, playable for Desmond Jennings. 2 down in the inning. AJ bluffing as if he's going somewhere, but he's not. Back to the bag at first, 2 down. Sizemore retired. Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up. Well, last night recording multiple hits. Two for 7 now on the homestand, and standing in on the left side. We'll take strike 1 over the inside corner.
Players are always making adjustments in their swing and trying to find a comfort zone, and Jackie Bradley Jr. has done that since the beginning of the season. You can see his hands starting a little bit lower than when he used to have the bat on his shoulder.
Line to left. Matt Joyce is there. Hooks back to him, and it makes a grab that ends the inning. We are through 2 from Fenway. Tampa Bay on top 1-0. We head to the top of the third inning. Jenny Johnson, Billy Costa in the house here. It's Dining Playbook. The guy said you didn't have your microphone ready to go.
Sorry.
It's tough to talk on television if you don't have a microphone.
I'm sorry.
We got it. Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you guys doing?
How is Dining Playbook doing? It's a fantastic show.
Really excited.
Isn't it? Tell me
Really
about
excited.
it.
Well, you know, it's great. Well, first of all, tomorrow morning at 9, our whole show is from Fenway Park.
Here.
Right
Yes.
here.
And we're getting to hang with a lot of the guys now during batting practice and finding out where they like to go to eat, what they like to have, what their favorite meal at the house. We're like Red Sox family.
Right now,
Jenny, tell them what's going on.
So we got to be the guys selling the hot dogs. Okay, I have to say it is one of the hardest jobs that there has to be in the world. This was such a blast.
What makes it so hard? I mean, it looks like, first of all, lifting that stuff has got to be heavy around the ball.
It's heavy. You have to be fast. People are yelling at you. They want their hot dog fast. They want it immediately. You know, people have high expectations out there.
And you got to make correct change, too.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God,
well, no, we
all
let
at
them.
once.
They wouldn't let us touch the money.
Nobody touched it.
You know, I grew up in the city. You crazy? I did it for 10 minutes, maybe, up and down one or two aisles, exhausted.
Oh, completely. I think I pulled my back out, too.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So this is for the show tomorrow. We're going to see who wins. We don't want to ruin it tonight by saying who wins, but it's part of the competition.
I think
right?
I crush her, but then again, we'll wait and see.
Okay. All right.
We'll wait and see. But it's great. We're getting to know the guys a lot more. We're like a Red Sox family. In fact, after the game, we're going over to Pedroia's house for a barbecue.
Oh, really?
Oh, you guys weren't invited?
No.
Oh, sorry.
You know.
Our invitations must have got lost. Well, DeJesus strikes out here for the first out of the inning.
This is so cool.
I couldn't have even imagined it being as cool as this is.
You haven't been up here before?
Never.
No.
No, we've never been invited.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, well, they didn't invite us,
usually
Jenny.
asleep by this time.
No, they
Late
didn't
night
invite
for
us.
Bill.
We were forced on
We were
them. I
forced,
think.
yes, right. They're like, why are they here again? Why are they here?
I am amazed by what time this guy gets up.
He's impressive.
I mean, what time? 3?
3:30.
Yeah, every day. And then he does
Every-
events till like midnight.
It's unbelievable.
But I've got to give you guys props because I was watching the other night, the night they celebrated the 2014.
Yep.
Jerry, you weren't here that night,
Right.
but when you brought some of the guys, like Kevin Millar was hilarious.
Yeah.
And it was so great to see those guys back in the
It was
ballpark.
good to see Manny. Good to see a lot of those guys back. And hadn't seen a lot of those guys in a long time.
Manny
Nixon,
was
some of
rocking a mohawk, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
it was an interesting look. Manny's still interesting.
Tell me about Don's meal. How was Don's meal?
Very good question.
Donatangelo.
Dave got sick after
Be honest.
the day.
Be honest.
It was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
I appreciate that.
just such delicious
Awesome.
pasta. You're coming on again.
I am.
Yeah, what are you going to cook with us?
Nothing.
Nothing? I think you're going to, Jerry. I just
Jerry's
think you
the
don't
big
know
restaurant guy, but I got to tell you, Don really surprised
You
me.
brought
First
it.
of all,
Thank you.
very soft, very supple hands. And I'm
He
sure
knew
you've
his
noticed
way
in the
around the
booth.
pasta.
Knew my
And
way around the pasta.
you did.
Hear
You
that?
knew how to butterfly that shrimp better than I've ever
thank
seen
you.
anyone do that
Again,
before.
delicate fingers. Wow, this is fun. So this is what you do
This
for the
is
whole
it.
game? You just
That's
kind
it.
of goof around.
Throw to first, 2 down. That's
Look
it.
at that.
Wow.
Yeah, Ben Zobrist is out.
And around the horn they go.
Exactly.
Do they still say that, Don?
Some people do.
And then you write it down.
I write it down here on my scorecard, so I remember
Okay.
what happens later.
God,
Oh.
I'm learning so much
Kind of
today.
important. You never know when it's going to come up again.
You would think you guys would have somebody else keeping the score for you at this point.
We don't. We
No,
don't.
we don't. It's all us. Just us.
Just you
We
two.
may want to look into that, though. That's a good idea.
But look at you
idea.
guys.
Distance, right? Why not? Right? Someone says, write it down for me.
You guys are sharp as tacks. Look
Thank
at you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
is this the Joseph Abboud thing
It
going
is
on? here?
indeed,
It
Joseph
looks
Abboud.
phenomenal.
There
You
it
guys
is.
are looking
Thank
very
you.
sharp.
Wow.
Now, tomorrow is not only about the competition. You also went all over Fenway Park, right? We got other stuff
Yeah.
going on from here.
We literally ate everything. The nice thing about Fenway is you can eat anything that you possibly want
Let me tell you
inside this
something.
park.
You can eat. I watched the show, and one
Yeah.
thing I've learned is you can eat.
I have a big appetite for a
Yeah.
little person. I
Yes.
do eat a
It's
fair amount.
amazing.
I said that to you when you were in the kitchen with us. I said, Don, I'm telling you, this little girl can eat. And you saw it. You witnessed it.
Did you ever notice how Billy does it?
Yes.
They put the camera on and he goes, and then they take the camera off. He doesn't
it's
really
gone.
eat it.
Never really
He
eats
just
it.
puts it right up to his mouth, takes a little nibble, and then hands it to Jenny. Right?
She
and then I eat
finishes
it all.
Clutches it.
There's nothing left. Trust me. We will not leave nothing. There's nothing left on Jenny.
If nothing else, you guys are eating a lot of food. That's one thing I've noticed this season. A lot of good food.
A lot of good food. We went down to Sweet Cheeks, which is a great restaurant in the Fenway area. Tiffany Faison does an awesome job, and she, I love her barbecue. So we also checked that out outside of the Fenway area. And Tasty Burger, of course.
Yeah, right here.
Yes.
Fenway.
Well, we
God,
tried
love
to
that.
take in the whole Fenway Fenway experience, it's amazing how far it's come. I mean, if you get here early enough in the day and you hit Lansdowne Street, you hit Yawkey Way, just out there alone, there's so many different things to eat. And then the right field deck was awesome.
Yeah,
yes.
A lot of stuff out there.
Gorgeous. That's another gorgeous view right there.
Yeah.
Now, did you eat in the EMC club down here or any of the clubs below us?
We weren't allowed in any of the
They don't allow us in there. No.
Okay.
No, of course. No, we did some stuff for the chef. I mean, that's the other amazing thing. 9,000 Fenway francs they sell a game.
That's a lot of francs.
That's a lot of hot dog.
It really is.
Well, how does it work up here in the booth with you guys? Are you have people just serving you food all the time?
We brought you food.
No. You did?
Yes, we did.
Oh, I'm fired up about that.
Uh-oh.
This has popped up, foul ground, long run over, and Xander Bogaerts has got it. Dining Playbook tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Great to see you guys. Thanks for coming
Good to see you, Don.
See you.
Great to see you, Derek.
Thank you.
All right.
Fenway Park today submitted tonight, and there is a double rainbow we had here this afternoon at Fenway Park late this afternoon. It was pretty impressive. I don't remember seeing two here before, one but not two, and fans sending that in. If you'd like to send your video or whatever you'd like tonight, 536-536 keyword on TV. Bottom of the third inning, top of the order, Brock Holt, Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, the bat in the inning. Rain back with us again. Holt, a strikeout victim in the first inning, 0 for 1. Tonight's key matchup is brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Brock Holt against left-handed pitching, hitting at .413, 12 for 29. Tried to pick up that outside corner, but too far away that time. Holt 3 for 4 in the ballgame last night, a double and an RBI. As Xander Bogaerts waits on deck, Boston batting here in the bottom of the third inning. Holt strikes out for the second time tonight. Let's check in with El Duncan again.
All right. Well, at this point of the game, it's time for the Tufts Health Plan Simple Tip, and it's featuring this guy coming up to bat, Xander Bogaerts.
Breakfast is the biggest one for me. You know, once you get the breakfast in, that's definitely the energy for the day. You know, But I mean, after your lift, get your protein, your muscle milk, or whatever you're using, and make sure you feel good.
There you go, Don. Make sure you feel good. And Xander at this point of the season looking pretty good. So I think he's one to ask.
I don't feel good, and it could be because I don't eat breakfast. I mean,
that's a problem.
That is. I think you hear all these tips, all these healthy tips from guys. All these guys eat breakfast.
I don't eat breakfast either.
I know, and you feel terrible.
Yeah.
I think that's our issue. As Bogaerts fouls it off, down 0-2.
I just have coffee and read the papers.
I have a little fruit and some.
Well, you're having something for breakfast. You have a light breakfast.
I'm thinking I should have a full-fledged breakfast. Eggs, bacon.
You can't do that every day.
Stuff. Maybe that's my issue.
You can't do that every day.
Look out. Bogaerts jumping back out of the way of a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Xander taking exception to that, but
I think Bogaerts is saying and hit him in the knee or on the foot. Not the foot, I mean on the knee area. Let's take a look. Up around the thigh, maybe? I'll get one of the areas right. But I'm pretty sure that's what he was complaining about.
One-two pitch from David Price. In the air to left field for Bogaerts. Plenty of room out there for Matt Joyce. 2 down. Here comes Dustin Pedroia. He walked in the first inning. Only walk given up by David Price, and walked a lot on the season. Walk Pedroia. Outside for ball 1 to Pedroia. 4 strikeouts for David Price through 2 2/3 innings. Check swing, and it's headed out to first base. Loney's got it. He'll tag the bag, and that's the 3rd inning. We're going to the 4th with the Rays on top 1-0. 1-0 Tampa Bay on top of Boston. Top half of the 4th inning, and Evan Longoria, James Loney, Desmond Jennings here in the 4th. And check swing foul for Longoria, gets a piece of A.J. Pierzynski. Rays have 2 hits, both coming in the 1st inning. David DeJesus with a double. Evan Longoria's got the other hit, his single to center. He's got a ground ball at the middle. Bogart slides to his left. Throws out Longoria for the first out of the inning. L.
Thanks, Don. You know, before the game, I was talking with A.J. Pierzynski about Brandon Workman, and we already know what he's done with the Sox. That doesn't make him a seasoned vet. He's also not green. So I asked A.J. if he spends extra time with Workman in preparation for his second start of the season, and he said kind of with a laugh, to be honest, I don't really need to. This kid absolutely has it. He says he doesn't like to press too hard, and to be honest, Don, he said between Lester and Lackey and Peavy, they're always in his ear. They're always giving him lots of advice. He doesn't think he could get a word in edgewise anyway.
Well, that would be strange for A.J. not to be able to get a word in.
It would be. Now, Workman has never appeared that he has been in awe of the situation. When he first came up, made those first 3 starts in a Red Sox uniform, especially in the postseason last year. On the biggest stage there is. Back here again this year, did struggle a little bit with his numbers in Pawtucket, but the first choice for the Red Sox really when that first spot became available when Felix Doubront went on the DL.
And we'll see another young pitcher tomorrow night, De La Rosa, getting the start for the Red Sox.
Ruby De La Rosa matched up against Jake Odorizzi. That game will be on Fox tomorrow night. We're back with you on Sunday. John Lester and Alex Cobb should be a very good matchup on Sunday afternoon. And the Red Sox are headed out
for a long time.
Cleveland, Detroit, Baltimore.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be an expensive trip because we've got a lot of days off on that.
Yes, there are 2, right? 2 or 3.
3 for us because there's the 1 game on Fox, 1 on ESPN, and a scheduled off day. And that means dinner, which is very expensive.
Yeah. Well, here is the schedule coming up after this weekend with the Rays. Cleveland for 3, Detroit for 3, Baltimore for 3 before the Red Sox return home on June the 12th to take on the Cleveland Indians and begin a 4-game series against the Tribe. 1 out, 1 on. Desmond Jennings struck out in the 2nd inning.
Our options, too, are limited to 1 place in Detroit.
Yes.
Dinner. Right at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Very good restaurant.
Very good place, though.
Very good restaurant.
Outside for ball 2, and Pierzynski's headed out. From technologies that make your life easier to people who care about your community, Eastern Bank is committed to putting you first. Learn all the ways Eastern Bank puts you first at easternbank.com.
That's a shot of the rainbow Don was talking about earlier this afternoon at Fenway that he took a picture of, tweeted out, and got many responses.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you what, there were a lot of tweets coming out of Fenway Park from that rainbow. But yeah, I did tweet. You never know. I'm learning my way here so far on Twitter. Some things you think are interesting, other people could care less. And then other stuff you think might be, not that interesting, all of a sudden blows up. You never know.
Yeah, who knows?
I'm learning. But at Don Orsillo, trying to get to 75K, Jerry. I'd like to get there as soon as possible.
You'll get this very soon, my man.
I know you have hundreds of thousands. Hoping this jacket will help out.
Brillette bag.
Getting a lot of tweets about this jacket. It's kind of like a potato sack, but it is a Joseph Abboud. It's part of the rotation. It's back in. 2-2 the count. One out here in the inning, and Jennings waiting on that 2-2 pitch. Off the end of the bat, foul to the right. Sadly, Jerry, the light blue jacket that I feature from time to time is not a Joseph Abboud and is currently retired.
You know what? You should have asked him permission to at least wear it once a year. It's the one opportunity I really have to get on you.
2-2 fouled off to the right, out of play. This would be a great outfit for Jerry York. Think about it. You're the head coach of the Boston College Eagles. This would work. Gold jacket, maroon tie. This is it. You're definitely a Boston College coach.
Maybe they'll give you an honorary degree.
2-2 will drop in there for strike 3. Third K for Brandon Workman. 2 down.
That's a good curveball. Excellent curveball from Workman right there. The second time he has got Jennings tonight on the curveball. Picks up the inside corner with it. That's a very good pitch for him.
And 2 down, runner at first. Will Myers, the batter. Myers walked in the second, stole second, then stole third, but could not score. As Workman got out of the inning by getting Escobar to pop out, Molina to ground out. Fly ball center field. Bradley Jr. out there in center. Workman looking good to the first 4 innings. The Rays have a 1-0 lead.
Will you win? It's your show now. So what's it?
Business keeps our economy and community strong. That's why they've been named the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts 5 years in a row. Eastern Bank, here, your first. Well, so far so good weather-wise here at Fenway Park. Not so much to score. Red Sox trailing by a run as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. David Ortiz, Johnny Gomes, A.J. Przinsky to bat in the inning. David Price back to the hill. Price hit David Ortiz in the first inning. And warnings were issued to both sides right away by home plate umpire Dan Bellino. Well, David will foul it back. Back in the first inning with 2 outs and a runner at first base. This happened to David Ortiz. Warned the pitcher on both sides. And John Farrell got ejected as he came out to argue with Dan Bellino. Pretty quick ejection, I thought. Ortiz will take a pitch outside.
Nothing Ortiz would rather do right now, too, than take one right out of Fenway Park.
They are pretty deep all the way around. Pretty straight up out there in the outfield for Big Papi, while the shift in the infield. Down 1-2.
It's been tough sledding for David against David Price in his career. 216 as a career average against Price. That's the one good thing about Price hitting Ortiz, the fact he did not throw it up around his head. He hit him on the bottom part of the from the waist down, which is obviously, if you got to drill somebody, that's the way to do it.
Well, David backs out. 2-2 here to Ortiz.
It's when it gets up around the head, the neck area. That's when all hell breaks loose.
Wrap foul to the end of the Red Sox dugout. Look out, L. Duncan. It's taking a long time per usual. And this is with nobody on. Johnny Gomes on deck. Ortiz hits a fly ball to center field. Playable for Desmond Jennings. One down here in the fourth inning. Well, there's a brand new show coming soon on NESN. NESN Live, presented by Cross Insurance. Your pregame to the pregame show. A fresh new look at New England sports. Monday through Friday, get to know L. Duncan and Sarah Davis in this new interactive show. Stay tuned in June. One out for Johnny Gomes. Gomes struck out swinging in the first inning. One of 4 strikeouts tonight for David Price. Talking about Price and in between pitches, 26.3 seconds between pitches, second longest in the majors, only behind his teammate Chris Archer, who saw in St. Pete. 26.4 seconds. The major league average, 22.8 seconds in between pitches. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Now, should the umpires enforce this, what is the actual time you're supposed to keep it?
Isn't it somewhere around 12 seconds?
That's what I thought.
With nobody on base.
Right. Last season he averaged 25 seconds. 1-1 is line foul. And behind the Rays dugout.
It's kind of a combination of things. It's, you know, players stepping out of the box, taking their time. Obviously that slows up the pitcher a little bit. Then the pitcher slows up and out goes the batter again. And sometimes it becomes just boring to watch.
In the dirt. I don't want to harp on game times, but when you played, Monday Night Baseball started at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Think about that now. Think about starting a game now at 9 o'clock.
We'll be out of here, what, 12:30? But normally, we do over 3 hours just about every night, right?
Oh, yeah.
Red Sox
right
average?
now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when you played, you weren't doing that.
No, 2:20, 2.5.
Down the right field line is Myers on the run towards the track. Will get there with time to spare. In fact, almost overran it. 2 down in the inning. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in a true HD on over 400 devices. Visit redsox.com for details.
In those days, Don, there were a couple of places, New York and Detroit, that actually started regular games at 8 o'clock at night.
Wow.
And then just about everybody switched to, some went to 7:30 and then finally 7 o'clock.
What is happening more that was not happening then? Let's take it.
I think, you know, I watch some of the old games sometimes, and it just seems like the hitters didn't leave the batter's box quite as much. You know, they had like 1 foot in, and I think that, you know, made everybody work a little bit quicker. The pitchers did.
This is lined down towards the right field corner for A.J. Brzezinski. Over to play it is Myers. Brzezinski headed for second base, got himself a 2-out double, and there is the first hit of the night for Boston.
Well, Brzezinski's hot. 9 games in a row now for A.J. Always a battle against a lefty. David Price, a cut fastball that's high, about letter high, that he left out over the plate, and Brzezinski hooks it down in that right field corner for the 2-base hit and getting the scoring position with 2 outs.
A 9-game hitting streak at 405 during that 9-gamer, and of course he had the 3-run home run against David Price last weekend in St. Pete. He gets a double off him here, and here is Mike Karp. Look out, Karp gets hit. First base open, and Karp taking exception to this. And the benches will empty here at Fenway Park.
Yeah, this could get ugly. This could get ugly.
Now Ortiz is fired up and trying to get to Price and Molina in between, but David is fired up. As they come closer, Ortiz obviously taking exception to being hit earlier in the game in the first inning. Bunched up, and it's not broken out yet.
Yeah, Ortiz has been angry since that first at bat. Sean Rodriguez pointing at somebody. Gonna be a long weekend at Fenway.
Bullpens have emptied as well, but things under control right now. There's a lot of people standing around.
Now, if the umpire deems that intentional, Price should be out of the game, right?
Correct. And the managers, well, one's already been ejected, but they would be automatically ejected after the warnings. Things calming down as the relievers headed back to the pens. Back to the dugouts they go, and the umpires will now sort this out as Karp hit with a pitch. Torey Lovullo staying out there. He is the acting manager right now for the Red Sox, and Joe Madden there for the Rays, trying to get his group back into the dugout. Let's see if Price stays in this game.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting.
They're going to get together the 4 umpires. Pretty young group of umpires, too, by the way. Jeff Kellogg is the crew chief. And before they have their discussion, they want to get everybody back to where they're supposed to be. The relievers are kind of hanging out short right. They're sending them back and everybody back to the dugout so that they can convene. He entered the game with only 8 walks and 2 hit batters on the season.
Right.
And he hits 2 tonight. Ortiz in the first and Carpier in the 4th inning.
And the thing to remember here is both teams have been warned. So if it's deemed intentional by the umpire that he was throwing a car, you got to be gone.
Yes.
You've got to be gone. And that's what they're discussing right now. Was it or was it not?
And for Price, I mean, you got a 1-0 lead.
Yeah.
You have not gotten into the area where you make yourself eligible for a win yet.
Well, and you got a lefty at the plate.
Again. Kellogg now calling Novello over. I don't think they're going to throw him out.
I don't think they're going to throw him out either.
Because I think the first move would have been right to the mound to send him off.
And now Novello's really upset.
I was trying to figure out why they didn't view that after the warnings to be intentional. And clearly they did not. Sort of running out of people that can manage right now, Jerry, after if Torey Lovullo gets tossed.
Yeah, who's third in line? This is like the government.
Brian Butterfield will have to step up, I believe. I don't think he's been tossed yet, even though he threw his hat.
No, I think that's an automatic ejection.
I would think so. Now, Price has hit 8 Red Sox in his career. That's the most of any opponent. And Joe Madden going over the discussion as well. Torrey's still fired up.
Yeah. He's not buying an explanation of Bellino, the home plate umpire.
He is not buying what Bellino is selling. Jake Peavy's pretty close to getting tossed also, as he is yelling out from the dugout, and Kellogg going over to get him back into the dugout. But it just took place moments ago, and Ortiz was hot. He was trying to get at David Price, and Price definitely hurt him. Sean Rodriguez was ejected last time, not this time, but involved again.
Right now, the lineup card is being given to Brian Butterfield, as he will take over as the manager of the ball club. They will probably move Arnie Baylor to third base.
So manager's been ejected. The bench coach has now been ejected.
And Price is still out there.
And Price remains out there, as Arnie Baylor will go to third. Victor Rodriguez will take over at first base. And this game will resume with 2 outs and 2 on. Red Sox trying to take advantage of this situation now. And Freddie Sizemore coming up. Sizemore fly to center in the second inning. outside for ball one. Sizemore batting here with Pierzynski at second base. Carp at first. 2 down.
You could have bet your house on where that pitch was going to be. Away.
Strike over the outside corner, just picks up that outside corner.
Yeah, just barely picks up the outside corner at 94 miles an hour.
Fouled off to the left out of play. 1-2. David Ortiz still hot. Only to try to bring it back to the corner. It's 2-2.
And everything in this bat has been away from Sizemore.
Center fielder Desmond Jennings over towards left center field. Sizemore on the ground is short. Escobar will win the race to the bag and tag it to end the inning, as that'll wrap up the fourth. An eventful one at that. 1-0 Rays. That can save you up to 55% on attractions, tours, and museums. Buy it now at GoBostonCard.com. Mike Carp gets hit, and the bench is empty here at Fenway Park. Now Escobar takes strike one. More of a conversation than anything else in this last. I don't really want to call it a tussle, but I guess that's what it was. And if you're keeping score. Now, the Red Sox owe Tampa Bay one at some point. 1-1. Escobar will take it outside. Workman at 74 pitches. I think that's 75 pitches. This is to left and down towards the corner. And one hop the wall, played down there by Gomes, headed for second base. Escobar, he'll get there without a problem, standing with a leadoff double to begin the 5th inning.
Escobar gets out in front of a fastball from Workman and rifles it down that left field corner. Brzezinski set up away. The ball stays about middle plate. One hops the wall, and Escobar in scoring position with nobody out.
Jose Molina grounded out third base in the 2nd inning. 0 for 1. Batting out of the number 9 spot. Really struggling at the plate this season. Hitting at just 135 coming in. Bunt bid down the first baseline, and Workman will just apply the tag on Molina. Sacrifice as Escobar takes third base with one out here in the 5th.
Well, number 9 hit a Molina doing his job. Man at second base, moving him to third base. This time with the sacrifice bunt. Gets it right down that first base line, and Workman has to tag him as he's heading down the line. But the Red Sox now will pull the infield in this 1-0 game. We're in the 5th inning.
David DeJesus doubled in the 1st inning and scored. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. 1 for 2 night. The leadoff hitter for the Rays. To right, and a base hit for DeJesus. From third base comes Escobar, and the Rays take a 2-0 lead. DeJesus picks up his 16th RBI, and it's 2-0 Tampa Bay.
Jumps on the cut fastball, first pitch from Workman. As you can see, that little cut at the end, and the pull base hit right there by DeJesus. So the leadoff double, a sacrifice, playing for 1 run. They have their 1 run and trying for more.
Now Ben Zobrist just in the lineup tonight, just back in the lineup tonight, off the disabled list. Dislocated finger, has gone 0 for 2 in his return after just 1 rehab game. He's grounded out twice to second base. Rays got a run in the 1st. They've added a run here in the 5th. Runner going, a pitch outside. Brzezinski throws a good one, and he's going to be out. A.J. Brzezinski throws out another, this time getting David DeJesus 2 down.
I told you they try to go on Workman. I mean, DeJesus does not have a stolen base all year. But Workman very slow to the plate. Excellent throw by Brzezinski, right on the money to get the out at second base. Nice job of straddling the bag there by Bogaerts. Much quicker to do that than be in front of the bag, and Brzezinski says no, no, no. I'd like to see our poll now, what it says. It's got to be overwhelming. Tampa Bay, right?
You'd think so. %67 overwhelming. Fouled back 2-2. But Jerry, we watch it when the Yankees come in. It's not quite a love fest, but it's pretty close. I mean, Everybody hugging and everything else.
Yeah.
You don't see that when Tampa Bay rolls into town.
No, you don't.
You know, the stretching, and they're all out there together in center field. And
heck, I came up the elevator with their announcers today. Didn't speak to them.
Yeah,
we didn't speak to
we don't
each
like
other.
them at all.
No.
Dwayne Stats. Brian Anderson. Andy Freed and I used to be friends. He was a Pawtucket announcer. I don't like him. Miss for ball 3, full count.
It's interesting the way you see things too, obviously, by the team that you cover. You know, that episode last week in Tampa. Talk about it later.
Zobrist strikes out. It's 4 Ks for Workman. It's 2-0 Rays. They add a run. To you by Ace Ticket, the official ticket partner of the Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox come to bat here now, trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. leads it off. We'll see Brock Holt and Xander Bogaerts as part of the bottom of the 5th.
They were talking last time about the adjustments for Jackie Bradley on the left back in April. As soon as he's got the bat on his shoulder, now you can see the one on the right where he does not put it on his shoulder, and he feels like that's quickened his swing up a little bit.
He's dropping those hands.
Yep.
Well, chops it on 2 hops down to first base. Loney will tag the bag himself with the first out here of the 5th inning.
He's still getting into the same hitting position, you know, on contact, but he's getting there a little bit quicker. He had a line drive, hard line drive to left field back in the 2nd inning, and now the ground out to first. But minor adjustments they, you know, to try to tinker with and try to get things right. He's been off to such a slow start that he made that adjustment. I asked him about it today, and he says just trying to quicken the bat up a little bit.
Frustrated after grounding out for the first out here of the 5th inning, and it brings up Brock Holt. Strike over the inside corner. You're talking about the different perspectives of the tussle last weekend in Tampa. Broadcast crews.
It's interesting how you see things from, you know, the team you cover, obviously. And I went back to the room that night, And I'm trying to decide, whether it was a bad play or not a bad play. And at the time, I was convinced it was, and then I was convinced it was not. It was only a 5-run ball game, and but the team was playing so poorly at the time, and they had just given up a bunch of runs, and they had fallen behind. They looked flat, they looked dead, and it made it look like they were showing up. And after the game, I'm saying, well, it's a 5-run ball game. Right. It's only the 7th inning,
and they got within 2 the very next inning.
Exactly. Then they end up having the tying run come to the plate.
They did. So it's. I think, and I could be wrong, but in talking to a lot of the players, it seemed as if they were more upset about the reaction of Escobar challenging the whole team than anything else.
Yeah, I think frustration set in.
Yeah, the whole weekend.
The whole weekend was totally frustrating.
Swing and a miss. I thought you were going to rip the Rays announcers and we're going to start some stuff. I thought that's where you were going. That's why I brought it back up again.
They're a great bunch of guys.
Dwayne Stats, Brian Anderson. I wouldn't mess with Brian Anderson personally. I may take Dwayne on. Dave Sims, Andy Fried and I used to be friends. We're not. He's a Rays announcer now. Both Pawtucket announcers at one time. This is to left, and that's going to get in. Xander Bogaerts with a 2-out base hit.
Bogaerts continues a hitting streak now to 4 games. He gets a curveball that time, it looks like, and it's a little bit toward the end of the bat as he pulls it into left field for the base hit. So the Red Sox pick up only their 2nd hit of the ball game here in the 5th inning.
So 2 down, Bogaerts at first, Dustin Pedroia. Walked in the first, grounded out in the 3rd. Trying to get something going here against David Price.
I think John Farrell put that situation last week in the best when he said it's a gray area. And I still can't make my mind.
Up high for ball 1-1. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, L. Duncan from Fenway Park. Game 1 of a 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Rays. He's got a run in the 1st, a run in the 5th, and lead it 2-0. Red Sox batting here in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 outs. Xander Bogaerts at first base, tying run at the plate. And Dustin Pedroia in a count of 1-1.
But whatever area you put it in, it started a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, more stuff.
It's got more stuff going on tonight here at Fenway. More stuff.
And it's still kind of early in the season series. You get a lot more stuff that can happen.
A lot of games that more stuff can happen in.
Pedroia fouls it back, and it's 2-2. Now, for every Red Sox game, it goes into extra innings, or the Sox get a save. CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards a $25,000 donation. Once again this season, CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. Now the acting manager of the Red Sox, Brian Butterfield, after the ejections of John Farrell and Torrey Earl Weaver Lavella.
That was great. The hat. Love it.
2-2 pitch. It's going to be a foul ball just outside of the bag at first. This was
an old Ralph Houck thing, you know, fire the hat down and start kicking dirt in the hat and kick the hat around a little bit.
I'm mad and I'm going to throw my hat. Now Brian Butterfield at the helm. into left field, a base hit for Pedroia. Bogarts takes second base, 2 on, 2 down. Sox have something going here in the 5th.
Back-to-back base hits on the same pitch. Cutters, Bogarts on a base hit. Now Pedroia on the cut fastball. Finds that hole between third and short, and it's Ortiz versus Price.
Now David can take care of business right here. Think he wouldn't like to?
Oh, that's what he was trying to do last time up.
David Price going to work on the cleats behind the mound. This battle has just moved up a notch. Ortiz being hit in the first inning with 2 outs. Batting here with 2 on, 2 outs in the 5th. Strike 1. Now back in the first inning after there were 2 outs in the inning. David Ortiz hit in the backside by David Price. And then John Farrell was ejected. Warnings were handed out, and Farrell, a very quick ejection by Dan Bellino. Here we are in the 5th. Strike 2. Just painting that outside corner.
Yeah, it's 2 nasty pitches right there, both on the outside part of the plate, both catching the corner.
Ortiz, a left center field. It's going to get in for a base hit. Around from second comes Bogarts. He will score the first Boston run of the night. Big Poppy driving in a run. Well, he gets down 0-2, but still gets the job done, bringing in a Red Sox run.
Yeah, way too good a pitch from Price there on an 0-2 count. Comes back with a fastball again. They want it away, but it is on the outside part of the plate. But Ortiz had seen 2 of those pitches, and he just goes right with it on a line for the base hit. The Red Sox pick up a run. Ortiz picks up his 31st RBI of the season.
Two on, 2 down, a run in, and Johnny Gomes the batter. Struck out swinging in the first inning against Price, and then fly to right. Pedroia at second base, Ortiz at first, 2 outs in the Boston 5th inning. Fouled off to the right, 0-2. Another fastball, still operating at 94 miles an hour, by the way.
The velocity better for Price, I think, in this game than last time we saw him. When he pitched against the Red Sox in Tampa Bay, and pitched very well in that game.
Gomes to right field. Will Myers moving over. Makes the catch. That will end the inning. The Red Sox get their first run of the night. We played 5. It's 2-1 Tampa Bay. here from Fenway Park as we get ready for the 6th inning. The beer thing is not over yet. It just never gets old.
Is it the same song every night or is it a different song?
It is. Rain falling here at Fenway Park as we head to the 6th inning. Matt Joyce leading it off here in the 6th inning. 0 for 2. He's flied out twice. Yeah, he's going to do it again. Looking up into the raindrops is Johnny Gomes to make the catch for the first out here at the 6th inning. Now, Foxwoods Resort Casino, the official resort casino and proud partner of the Boston Red Sox. Skies have opened here at Fenway.
And the temperature has cooled down quite a bit.
Action in the Red Sox pen. Burke Badenhop up in the pen. First action we've seen tonight. Evan Longoria 1 for 2 in the game. A single in the first inning. Grounded out to short in the 4th. Wow. He's out. Ejected from the game. A ball up towards the head and behind it of Longoria. It's back to my star theory, Jerry. Earlier David Ortiz, now Evan Longoria.
Exactly right.
Brandon Workman is going to be ejected from this game, and he is contending that it slipped out of his hand in the rain. Ryan Butterfield, the acting manager, coming out.
Well, I'm quite sure Workman will get thrown out of the game for that one.
I think he already has, Jerry.
Yeah,
he is gone.
Immediately gone. Why do we have tomorrow off? We got a long way to go into this one.
Yes, we do. And the rain falling hard now here at Fenway Park as Carp arguing here still with Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief. Workman still arguing his case, but
Carp's still hot because he felt like Price should have been thrown out of the game when he got hit in the hand.
Exactly. So Workman ejected. Going behind Evan Longoria here in the 6th inning. Burke Badenhop will be making his way in here at Fenway Park, a rainy Fenway Park right now. 2-1 Rays. Echo Store and the Greg Hill Foundation responding immediately to improve the lives of local families touched by tragedy. With this, Echo Store Technologies decided to go above and beyond and donate $12,500 to the Greg Hill Foundation. For more, visit echostore.com. Echo Store Technologies, your data center solutions provider. Well, as the ejection goes, Jerry, the manager goes automatically. So we're out of another manager. We are 3 managers deep now in this game. This is our 4th manager of the game.
The Red Sox are into their 3rd manager of this ball game. Red Colbert.
4th.
Oh, 4th.
Yeah, you started with the real one, John Farrell.
Yeah.
And then you got Torey Lovullo.
He wasn't around long enough to cut.
Yes, Ryan Butterfield was here for like an inning.
Yeah.
And now you got Greg Colbert.
Yeah.
The 4th manager of the Red Sox in one day. That's got to be a record. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by your local New England Ford dealers. As Badenhop ends up walking Evan Longoria. He's in the game now for ejected Brandon Workman, his 25th appearance, 0-2. 2.12 earned run average, 15 strikeouts and 9 walks. Well, it's hitting at 286 against Badenhop.
I wonder if they all get suites on the road for the next road trip. Manager suites, right?
So the walk is given to Workman. And here's James Loney. Badenhop inherited the count. Loney is lined to right and walked. Rain been falling hard this entire inning. In there for a strike, 1-1. Red Sox getting their first run of the game in the bottom of the 5th. He's trying to answer here in the top of the 6th. And Loney late on that. Pitch up and away, and it's 1-2.
I'll tell you what, Don, and the way the stink's going right now, if I was you, I'd go put a uniform on because you may be the next manager.
Take my yellow coat off and put on the uniform.
Yeah, just manage with that on. At least everybody know where you are.
Back to Badenhop. He picks it. He'll turn it into 2. Double play. 2-1 Tampa Bay at the end of 5.5. 13 disciplines for buildings, factories, and homes across the Northeast. Wow, bet you didn't know FWWeb did that. For more on this proud Boston Red Sox sponsor, visit FWWeb.com. And the Rays unable to score in the top of the 6th inning. You have a 2-1 lead and a big double play for Burke Badenhop.
Kind of a soft line drive right back to Badenhop, and he quickly to his glove side, underhands at the first base to get that double play, get the Red Sox off the field. You were talking about Torey Lovullo throwing the hat down, and I always tell a story about Ralph Houck. And Ralph Houck had a certain routine that he went through every time he got thrown out of the game. And one time we were playing, I don't know who, but the argument was out near me at second base. And he went through this whole routine where he takes the hat and he throws it and he kicks it, and he's not saying anything. Nothing's coming out of his mouth at all. So Davey Phillips was the umpire, and he comes up to me and goes, "What am I supposed to do with this guy?" I said, "Throw him out. He wants to get thrown out. Throw him out." But there was nothing coming out of his mouth. It was just the whole act. The whole act, So, like, the umpire's asking me, "What do I do with him?" I said, "Throw him out."
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Throw him out. Yeah. That's what he wanted. He wanted to get thrown out.
Well, the Red Sox have had a few thrown out in this game. John Farrell, their actual manager, Torey Lovullo, and Brian Butterfield automatically after Brandon Workman was ejected from this game. After the warnings had been handed out, manager goes automatically. Just happens to be now onto a fourth. Here is at second base, Zobrist with a nice play from the outfield grass to throw out A.J. Brzezinski for the first out of the 6th inning.
Yeah, tough play on a wet infield right now. Very good play by Zobrist. Very steady ball player. Ball picks up speed on that wet infield grass. He's able to dive, make the play, take a base hit away from Brzezinski.
Joe Madden has to be so happy to have Zobrist back there without him. Dislocated finger on the DL. Back in there again. One down. Mike Karp, the batter. Karp has lined to left and been hit by a pitch. A lot of rain here this last inning. Popped up left side. Foul ground. Evan Longoria battling the raindrops to make the catch. Not easy. 2 down. Wind has picked up as well. Maybe ran it, but they're still having a good time. 2 down here in the 6th. Now they're on Nesson.
That always make you smile.
There's Grady Sizemore with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Sizemore fly to center in the 2nd, reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. Want an easy way to pay for your Dunkin' Donuts? Download Dunkin's free mobile app. With the app, you can load a DD card and pay right from your phone. Receive exclusive mobile offers, enroll in an auto recharge, and instantly send DD gift cards. Message and data rates may apply. For full terms of use, visit www.dunkindonuts.com. Red Sox Nation runs on Dunkin'. Sizemore down the left field line. Over to the corner goes Joyce. It'll be a foul ball. Mud's starting to clump underneath the cleats of Price. Back on that area of the mound again, trying to clean the cleats as he gets ready here, and water starts to mount in some places here around the ballpark. Raining hard here in this 6th inning. Swing and a miss as Sizemore chases at that pitch away. The breaking ball. 1-2-3 sixth. The end of 6. It's 2-1 Tampa Bay. Vote where he is facing off against Canadiens defenseman PK Subban. Be sure to cast your vote by a post on Twitter or Instagram using hashtag NHL15 Bergeron. If you do not have a Twitter or Instagram account, you can still vote by visiting covervote.nhl.com. Voting ends on Sunday night. Two to 1 Tampa Bay on top of the Red Sox. We head to the top half of the 7th inning. Rain still coming down here at Fenway Park as we take a look at the list. Best Red Sox rookies in the last 40 years. Omar Garcia-Parra, Fred Lind, Dustin Pedroia, Jim Rice. Agree, disagree? Give us your opinion. Hashtag Nesson List. 21-year-old Xander Bogaerts. Of course, Pedroia winning the Rookie of the Year in his rookie season. Desmond Jennings leading it off against Burke Badenhop. And a grounder that is foul outside of third. Outside for ball 1-1. Jennings, Myers, and Escobar here in the 7th. Badenhop coming on for Brandon Workman, who left after 5 1/3 innings, ejected after 5 1/3 innings. Throwing behind Evan Longoria. Pitch for a strike, 1-2. Came out and worked on the mound in between innings a lot, especially the landing area. Off to the end of the bat, squibbed over by the tarp.
I don't think there's going to be too much longer where they're going to have to do a little work on that infield too. That's starting to get a little sloppy right now.
Outside, 2-2. Well, the pitching line tonight for Brandon Workman is brought to you by Ace Ticket, and he goes 5 1/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, walked 3, struck out 4, through 89 pitches. Center field, Bradley Jr. for the first out of the 7th inning. Desmond Jennings flying out to his counterpart in center field.
Perfectly positioned there was Jackie Bradley Jr. Ball hit very well by Jennings, but he was shading him in that direction. Hardly had to move at all to make that catch.
One out for Will Myers. Walked, stole second, stole third, but was left at third base in the 2nd inning, and then flied out to center field in the 4th inning. There's strike one. Lindhop throwing strikes, 0-2. Came in, got the big double play. James Loney grounding into it to end the 6th inning. First out here, the 7th. Myers thought about it, but lets it pass. Full count now, 3-2.
Kind of situations, Don, when you look in that dugout for the Red Sox and you have Colbert as the pitch, as the manager, and you go Juan Nieves still there as the pitching coach. He obviously will make all the decisions on the pitches.
Wow. Close pitch, called the ball, and it's a 1-out walk from Myers. First walk charged to Badenhop. Comes with 1 out here in the 7th. Well, the Sunday catch an all-new episode of Nesson Clubhouse, where kids run the show. We find out how to locate the sweet spot on a bat and how to spin tracks like the Team DJ. Plus, Gary and David Ortiz's son D'Angelo face off in round 2 of Batter Up. Don't miss Nesson Clubhouse live and commercial-free Sunday at noon.
Been a very popular show on Nesson.
One out, one on. Myers with a good-sized lead at first, held on by Mike Carp. Yanel Escobar. Takes strike one.
You know, a lot of times when managers are thrown out of the game, they don't completely leave the game and go to their office. A lot of them will stay in the runway. Now, I can't say that John Farrell has done that, but, you know, managers have different styles. They just leave it to their coaches, or some stand in the runway and continue to make decisions from that point on. But it seems like in today's game, more and more of them go to the clubhouse and leave it in the hands of their bench coach, and in this case, the hitting coach.
Sometimes managers come back dressed in disguises.
Yes.
Bobby Valentine.
Valentine did that with the Mets, right?
Yeah. Pierzynski brings it back to the corner, and it's called strike 3. Escobar doesn't think so. Dan Bellino hearing it from Escobar. First strikeout for Badenhop, 2 down.
And credit Pierzynski for that one as he makes the catch on the fastball away and pulls it back to the corner and gets the benefit of the call. You can see him pull it back and up just a little bit.
Make Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance.
Sometimes in conditions like this also, that strike zone does expand just a bit.
2 down, Myers at first. Jose Molina the batter. Escobar still unhappy. Molina takes strike 1. Jose Molina has grounded out to third. Last time up, hit a sacrifice bunt, and it worked out for the Rays. That Escobar the time to third base, he would score. Next batter in DeJesus drove him in with a base hit to right field, and it is the difference in the game. Workman, the former Tampa Bay Ray. First out of the pen tonight for Boston. Now Molina and the home plate umpire talking it over here. Not sure what was up. He wanted to do some work on his bat and got the okay from Molino to do that.
Yeah, normally you're not allowed to do that, but I think because of the conditions, the umpire did allow it. And put some more stickum on the bat of Molina.
In on the hands, biting in on him. He fouls it off.
Looks like it caught Molino on the hand.
Want a new rosin now as Badenhop requests one. The umpire asking for one from the Red Sox equipment crew. Brown's going to bring it out. Actually, the bat boy will bring it out. Chris Cundiff, or throw it out. Well, the Cardiovascular Institute at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center invites you to join the club. Walking Club gives free tools and tips to get you and your family walking towards better health. For more, visit bidmc.org/walking. Blood starting to gather underneath the cleats of Burke Badenhop. And everybody on the field at this stage, raining hard for better than an inning here at Fenway, but they're playing through. Lena chops it foul, still 1-2. Lena thought about it. Did he go? No, says Tom Woodring at first base.
Good breaking ball there by Badenhop, but also a good job of Molina right there to hold up that swing.
Molina pops it up, foul ground down, actually fair ground down the right field line. Now into foul, and nobody will get there. Sizemore diving, Pedroia sliding to almost collide.
In the mud. The diving attempt by Grady Sizemore, the sliding attempt by Dustin Pedroia, but cannot get to the baseball. Mike Karp was also heading in that direction, but he was not the closest to it. Looked like a ride, didn't it? You know,
yes.
Like kids do when they went down the surface and they just go diving and sliding and
slip and slide.
Yeah.
Molina fouls off another off to the right. Sabat will see an 8th pitch of the number 9 man in the Rays order here in the 7th inning. David DeJesus, top of the order for the Rays. And I've walked to Will Myers still at first base now at 2 down. Yunel Escobar struck out. Molina battling here. Badenhop about to throw his 30th pitch. Molina to right center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. on the run will make the catch. Crossing behind him was Sizemore. 7th inning stretch from Fenway. 2-1 Tampa Bay. summary brought to you by Xfinity. As David Price so far has gone 6 innings in this game, giving up the 1 run to the Red Sox. Other side, Brandon Workman ejected after 5 in the 3rd inning. So is John Farrell, Torey Lovullo, Brian Butterfield, and Brandon Workman, all 4 ejected from this game, as the Red Sox have just the 1 run. An RBI single by David Ortiz in the 5th inning, driving in Xander Bogaerts, and it has been a tight one here tonight as we head into the last half of the 7th inning. David Price back out on the mound. As he has thrown 94 pitches through the first 6 innings. He'll deal with Jackie Bradley Jr., Brock Holt, and Xander Bogaerts here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, when you talk just basically about the baseball game here tonight, it's been a very good ball game at Fenway Park.
Rain has let up a tad as Edward Mujica up in the pen for Boston. Bradley couldn't stop the swing, and it's strike 1. Strike 2.
That's kind of curveball you want right there if you're a left-handed hitter, the one that stays inside. First pitch was away from Bradley. Second pitch inside part of the plate.
Staying away again, 2-2. Line just out of the reach of Escobar into left field. A base hit for Jackie Bradley Jr. to begin this bottom of the 7th inning. Take it the other way.
Yeah, twice tonight he's gone the other way. A hard line drive back in the 2nd inning. That was a line out to left field, and now a line drive hit by the shortstop. You know, Escobar making the attempt, but he can't come up with it. So let's see how the Red Sox play this now in a 1-run ball game. Will they sacrifice Holt to try to get Bradley to second base?
Holt 0 for 3 in the game tonight. He has struck out twice and flied out to center field. 1 sacrifice bunt on the year. Throw to first, and a little slip there trying to get back initially by Bradley.
Yeah, they come out between innings and did some work on the infield a little bit. And put quite a bit of that new turf at first base. There's Bradley slipping, as you mentioned, Don, just a little bit with his right foot and getting back to the bag.
Mujica now has company in the pen. Junichi Tozawa joining him in the pen. He's bunting, and he pops it up foul, backing out of play.
That's a tough pitch to bunt right there, because what you're looking to try to do is get the barrel of the bat above the baseball, and it's very tough to do on a high pitch. This is a high fastball right there, and you can see, fortunately, the ball goes out of play. See the level of the bat? It's level. It should be at an angle where you're bunting on top of the baseball to get it on the ground. Very tough to do in a high pitch.
Over again, Bradley having a dive back. Rays have action for the first time in their pen. The hard-throwing left-hander Jake McGee. Holt squaring again, and this one almost drilled him. Off the bat, a strike call, 0-2. It's a piece of the bat.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of the way, but the ball got a piece of the bat. Fastball inside. Here's Holt trying to get everything out of the way, but it does tick the bat. So that's 2 strikes on Brock Holt.
Swing and a miss, elevated at 92. Holt chases for the first out of the 7th. That's strikeout number 6 for David Price.
That's 3 times he's got Holt tonight. 2 got him in the 1st, got him in the 3rd, and now a strikeout again in the 7th. Everything up in the zone. The 2 bunt attempts, and then the swing.
1 out, 1 on. Xander Bogaerts the batter. Bogaerts struck out in the 1st inning, flied out to left in the 3rd, and then singled and scored in the 5th. Price up over 100 pitches now, working deliberately here in the 7th inning. Strike 1. .313 in the 7th inning or later. 7 hits his last 10 at bats. 7th or later. Trying to do some damage here in the bottom of the 7th. Bogaerts hits it in the air out to deep left field. Back goes Matt Joyce at the wall. That ball is off the wall. From first base, Jackie Bradley Jr. coming all the way around to tie the score at 2. Xander Bogaerts with a wall ball double, and it's 2-2.
Well, Bogaerts continues to be on fire. 2 hits in the ball game tonight. He gets the fastball belt high that time, and at first it looked like it had a chance to get out of here, but again it's going to be high off the wall, very similar to yesterday. What a battle this has been tonight.
One down, runner at second base, game tied 2-2. Dustin Pedroia has been on twice tonight, a walk in the 1st, a single in the 5th. Pedroia to right field. Will Myers going back, still going, will get there to make the catch. Tagging and heading for third base is Xander Bogaerts, who'll get there without a problem. Go-ahead run 90 feet away with now 2 down.
Well, Myers was playing shallow in right field, and I thought when When Pedroia made contact, it might have had enough to get over his head. Ball hit very well to the opposite field by Dustin, but Myers gets a very good jump on it and able to make the catch.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach for the Rays, headed out. David Ortiz will be next. Will they deal with him? Let's take a look at the pitching line for David Price, brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. 6 2/3, 6 hits, 2 runs. He's walked a batter, struck out 6, and thrown 105 pitches. They had Jake McGee up in the pen. And he is ready, kind of looking on from the pen right now. Hickey out there to talk with David Price with 2 down. Bogarts at third base. David hit by a pitch in the first inning. Fly to center in the fourth. And drove in the Red Sox first run in the fifth with a single to left field. Shift on here for the Rays on the right side. Outfield about straight away behind them. .462 with 2 outs and runners in scoring positions. Got Bogarts at third. Ortiz fouls it off to the left.
Starts him off with back-to-back changeups. It was a fastball Ortiz hit last time to drive in a run.
Downstairs for ball 2.
Another changeup, 3 in a row.
That is average right now. The high 119 on the year for David Price. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning, has relinquished the lead, game tied. Now trying to keep this game tied here in the 7th.
Going away with the fastball.
Ortiz chops it foul. Price still operating at 94 miles an hour. It's where he's been pretty consistently all night. In the midst of a meeting with himself in behind the hill right now.
Shakes off the fastball, wants to change up.
Ortiz lifts it in the air to shallow center. In comes Desmond Jennings. He'll put it away. The Red Sox tie the game as they get a run in the bottom of the 7th, all tied at 2. Head to the top of the 8th. Red Sox getting a run in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the Red Sox will move on to their 3rd pitcher of the night. Junichi Tazawa into the game, his 27th appearance, 1-0, the 2.25 earned run average. 22 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents hitting at 242 against Tazawa. Bainhop ends up going an inning and 2/3, did not give up a hit nor a run. He did strike out a batter and walked a batter. David DeJesus to lead it off here in the 8th inning for the Rays, the top of the Tampa Bay order. Now Tazawa throwing a scoreless 8th inning, 2 strikeouts on Wednesday night against Atlanta. Misses for ball 1, 93 miles an hour, but off the mark. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, and Al Duncan from Fenway Park tonight. It is game 1 of this 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Could be eventful over the weekend. It's a 2-2 game here in the 8th. And a pitch up high for ball 2.
Yeah, we've had just about a little bit of everything in this game tonight.
Andrew Miller's first warm-up pitch in the bullpen. Fouled back to Jesus, jumping on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. I remind you to tune in tonight after Red Sox coverage for NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Adam and Leo will complete coverage from Patriots OTAs in Foxborough. You'll hear from Darrelle Revis and Tom Brady on the new reloaded Pats defense. Two and 1 the count to DeJesus. Ben Zobrist on deck. Then we'll see Matt Joyce as part of this top of the 8th inning for Tampa Bay. Foul back, full count.
Nice dive to DeJesus, a double. Back in the 1st inning with an error in right field, ended up at 3rd base, scored on the ground ball by Zobrist, then a single to drive in a run in the 5th.
Jesus hits it in the air to center field, but Jackie Bradley Jr.'s got it sized up, backpedaling for the first out of the 8th. The Red Sox fans, the Red Sox Foundation is giving you the opportunity to try on and take pictures with the 2004, 2007, and 2013 World Series rings tomorrow at Gate E at Fenway Park from 3 to 5 p.m. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's open to the general public with purchase of a ring raffle ticket for just $10 at the event or by visiting redsox.com/ring raffle.
I would imagine that's going to draw quite a crowd.
Yeah. One out here in the 8th inning. Ben Zobrist 0 for 3. He's grounded out twice and struck out.
The splitter right there from Tazawa. Keeping it away from Zobrist. Down and away. Little sink to it.
Zobrist in his return tonight has grounded out twice to second and struck out swinging. In the dirt for ball two, 2-1.
That's 3 in a row now from Tazawa.
Some success for Ben Zobrist in his career against Tazawa. Minnesota beating the Yankees 6-1. They're in the ninth in New York. And City on top of Toronto 6-1. So both the top two teams in the American League East losing right now. This is up the middle, and Bogaerts diving, gets up and throws to first. Got him. Nice play by Xander Bogaerts.
Very nice. Very nice, Xander. You know, we've seen him at times struggling going to his left. But this time he makes a nice diving play in the mud, gets up and throws a strike to Mike Carp at first base. That had base hit written all over it once it got by Tazawa. But a great play there by Bogaerts. He's had a beautiful ball game tonight.
1-2 down here in the eighth inning for Matt Joyce. Red Sox into the shift in the infield and pulled over in the outfield. Bradley Jr. over towards right center. Matt Joyce 0 for 3 in the game tonight. And hitting in this 3 spot for the Rays. Really all season long. As he takes strike one. Ranks first in the American League with a .415 on base percentage against right-handed pitchers. Oh, and 2.
Another good split finger pass ball by Tazawa. That might be better than the one that he threw Zobrist to start him off with. Try it again.
Joyce not biting this time. Takes a ball 1-2. Let's see the shift on Joyce and the outfield playing for him to pull. He does have 13 opposite field hits so far this year.
They've got Gomes pretty much straight up in left field, but pulling in center and in right.
Swing and a miss. Joyce strikes out. Tazawa 1-2-3 eighth. 2-2 game from Fenway. Gomes will lead it off. It's all new Ultimate Red Sox show presented by AAA. We'll recap all the great moments from Wednesday's 2004 World Series celebration here at Fenway Park. The Ultimate Red Sox show hosted by Tom Caron, Sunday at 6 p.m. Well, Jake McGee, the new pitcher, on now for the Tampa Bay Rays. As McGee appears in his 26th game of the year, 2-0, 1.14 earned run average, 26 strikeouts in 23 2/3 innings, 6 walks for Jake McGee. Hard throwing, upwards to 97 miles an hour. And he comes in for David Price, who gives the Rays the first 7 innings of the game tonight. Price gives up 6 hits, 2 runs while he was in there. Walked 1, struck out 6, and hit 2 batters controversially. Jake McGee ready to deal with Johnny Gomes, who leads it off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gomes chops it to third, picked nicely by Longoria. Throw is accurate and in time for the first out of the 8th. Ace Ticket, the official Red Sox ticket partner, has the best seats at the lowest prices to all the games at Fenway, all the 200% guarantee. Right now, Ace Ticket has special savings on all Red Sox games. Treat yourself or someone special. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. One down here in the 8th, Koji Uehara now warming in the pen. A.J. Brzezinski reaching on an error in the 2nd inning. Then he doubled in the 4th. Grounded out his last time up in the 6th inning. On the ground to short, Escobar. Throws out Brzezinski, 2 down. Well, don't miss WB extra innings tonight right after the game. Tom Caron and Steve Lyons will break down Brandon Workman's pitching tonight and John Farrell's post-game thoughts. Can't go wrong when you buy right at WB Mason. 2 outs in the 8th, and it brings up Mike Karp. Line to left, hit by a pitch and fouled out. Take strike 1.
97 on that fastball from McGee.
Of his 25 appearances this season, 23 have been scoreless for Jake McGee. Hasn't given up a run in his last 13 appearances, 12 1/3 innings in the month of May. His career, left-handers have only hit .224 against Jake McGee. Falls behind Karp now, 2-1. Well, some Sox culture for you. Mike Karp, favorite band, Sublime. Any dessert, Hawaii, Empire. What time is it? It's a good thought.
That probably is the first thought you have when you wake up, isn't it?
Probably is.
Well,
fouled off Molina, and it's 2-2.
It's either that or what am I doing here?
And how did I get here? Foul hit for strike 3, held on to by Molina. 1-2-3-8 for McGee. Headed to the 9th, all tied at 2. to you by the new Scion TC, AT&T Mobility, Mazda, your Subaru dealers of New England, and by Southwest Airlines. Unfortunate tonight, this game has not been stopped at any point due to rain. Earlier it rained in the 6th inning hard for the better part of the inning, and stopping now as Koji Uehara comes into the game for the Red Sox. 23rd appearance, 0.83 earned run average. Swinging a fly ball foul down the left field line off the bat of Evan Longoria. He leads it off here in the 9th inning. 2 for 18 with 10 strikeouts against Koji Uehara. Swing and a miss, and a pitch down and away. Back to the splitter. 0-2.
This one maybe not even in a strike zone, but chased by Longoria.
Longoria strikes out. First out of the 9th inning.
I guess the game plan there was pretty simple, wasn't it, from Uehara? Nothing but splitters to Longoria. And the last two nasty, really dipping out of the strike zone and getting Longoria to chase.
Action for the Rays in the pen. Joel Peralta warming. James Loney getting himself ready here, climbing into the box. He's lined to right, walked, and grounded into a double play. Loney in the air to left field. Over goes Gomes. Johnny will make the catch. No, off his glove and in foul ground. Foul ball as it works out. Looked like he was going to make that catch. Got a lot of glove on it.
And there's absolutely hardly any room down there in the corner. He jumps up. He did get the glove on it, and it just bounces right out. The wall did not cause the ball to bounce out. It actually came out before Gomes' glove hit the wall. Got it right in the heel of the glove.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Fooled him there. It's 0-2. Oh for 4 strikeouts, and he's down 0-2.
Splitter again.
Down the left field line, foul. Red Sox in the bottom of the 9th inning, scheduled to have Sizemore, Bradley Jr., and Holt bat in the 9th. Somebody gets on, Xander Bogaerts will have a chance. This tie game now. In the dirt, 1-2. Uehara last night getting his first win of the year, throwing a scoreless 9th inning last night as part of the walk-off against Atlanta. He's now gone 11 straight scoreless appearances, 11 innings during that time. To right center field, and Jackie Bradley Jr. runs it down for the second out. Well, stay tuned tonight following W.B. Mason's extra innings for Red Sox Final presented by Esurance. TC and Steve will have viewer tweets. Use hashtag Sox Final to get your tweet on the air. Plus, they'll preview Ruby De La Rosa's first start tomorrow.
I'll tell you, watching Bradley Jr. in center field, he gets tremendous jumps on contact.
2 down in the 9th, 7 in a row retired by Red Sox pitching. Look at the last jump.
Right on contact, takes a little bit of a jab step to his right, but then quickly adjusts and makes the play look easy.
And a high strike call, 1-1. 1 for 7 in his career, a couple of Ks. Over the inside corner, 1-2.
Thought he had it. He was kind of leaping toward that Red Sox dugout. Split-fingered fastball on the corner. Just missed it.
Little number foul. Jennings staying alive. He has struck out twice and lined out to center tonight. Will Myers waiting on deck. On the ground to third base, picked by Brock Holt. Throw is good, inning is over, and we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Grady Sizemore will lead it off. Once again, Bob will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund for every game saved this season. Everybody saves at Bob's. Bob's Discount Furniture, quality, choice, and value. Learn more at mybobs.com. Bottom of the 9th inning, game tied 2-2. And Grady Sizemore going to lead it off against the new pitcher, Joel Peralta. His 26th appearance, 2-3, with a 5.09 earned run average, 22 strikeouts and 9 walks. And opponents hitting at 244 against Peralta. Jake McGee at a 1-2-3-8. Peralta pitching the 9th, and Grady Sizemore leading it off. It's fly to center, reached on a fielder's choice, and struck out swinging.
Loney talking to his second baseman and telling him that he's going to be playing right on that line, that first base line, to prevent the double. That's going to move the second baseman over just a couple of steps.
In the dirt for ball one. Peralta now making 253 relief appearances with the Tampa Bay Rays since 2011. It breaks Dan Wheeler's club record of 250. Wheeler's took almost 7 seasons with the Rays. That one drops in there for a strike. 1-1. Breaking ball that time from Peralta. Red Sox have action in their pen. Edward Mujica up in the pen for Boston. We have seen Badenhop, Tazawa, and Uehara out of that pen so far tonight. Two and one.
Not expecting the bunt at all from Grady Sizemore, as Longoria is deep at third base and Loney very deep at first base.
Sizemore pops it up, foul ground. Longoria headed over towards the seats, leaning but will not have a play. Swing and a miss. Sizemore strikes out for the first out of the 9th inning. 6 in a row retired now by Rays pitching.
Looked like it might have been a split-fingered fastball that time from Peralta to pick up the strikeout, keeping that ball away from Sizemore.
One down in the 9th. Jackie Bradley Jr. the batter. Line to left, grounded out to first, and single, and scored a run. Look out, bat goes flying into the seats.
Fortunately, nobody seriously injured. You look at that young lady, it looks like, but going to be okay.
Down low, 1-1. Top of the order, Brock Holt, who's had a tough night. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts in the game. Strike 2. Three losses this year for Peralta. Tied for 3rd most among American League relievers. Swing and a miss, and Bradley Jr. strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Peralta. 2 down in the 9th.
And back-to-back strikeouts on the split-fingered fastball. We've seen a ton of them in the 9th inning. Uehara and now Peralta. And even the inning before that with Tazawa.
Now 2 down in the 9th inning. Brock Holt coming up here. Bases empty. Game tied 2-2. The 0 for 4 tonight. Holt's batting average has dropped under 300. 299 now for Holt, who's really been operating over 300 for much of the time he has been here with the Red Sox.
Not an elaborate camera there,
yes,
is it?
It is. Down and in, 2-0. Holt trying to find a way on here against Joel Peralta in the ninth. Xander Bogaerts hoping to get a chance to bat here in the ninth inning. He's already had a 2-hit night, single and a double tonight for the Red Sox shortstop. Foul, get a piece of Molina, 2-1. Alex Hassan just called up today from AAA Pawtucket with Ryan LaVarnway going on the DL. There's LaVarnway to his right. Hamate bone. Fracture last night for Ryan LaVarnway. Up top for ball 3, 3-1. Very high, ball 4, and down to first base goes Brock Holt.
Now Bogaerts coming to the plate. He's had a big night tonight. Back in the 7th inning, the double to drive in a run for the Red Sox. Their second run of the night. He's also played some defense in this ball game tonight, making a nice play up the middle. Taking a base hit away from Ben Zobrist.
Now coming up here with the game tied 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Brock Holt has just drawn a walk. Aboard for the first time in this game is Holt. He'll be held on by James Loney, and Xander Bogaerts saw the double also as a single in this game, and the RBI, the 13th of the year for the 21-year-old shortstop. Strike over the outside corner. Two plate appearances for Bogaerts against Peralta, a double and a walk.
Right on the line at third base, Longoria, outfield very deep, trying to prevent anything in a gap that would score that man from first base.
Swing and a miss has Bogaerts down 0-2, and that was right down the middle.
Yeah, fastball at 90 miles an hour. Good pitch to hit for Bogaerts, but no contact there.
Bogaerts takes a ball, and it's 1-2. Close pitch.
Very close pitch. Split-fingered fastball, and looked like it caught the bottom of the strike zone. A lot of drop on that pitch.
Bogaerts sends it out to right center field. That's going to get in for a base hit. Over is Myers. Plays it on a hop as Holt will go to third base on the single by Bogaerts. And the winning run is 90 feet away now here in the ninth.
That's exactly what we're talking about, Don. The prevent defense. And because they were so deep, it allowed Myers to get to this ball. It looked like it had a gap. It looked like it was going to run to the Red Sox bullpen. But because they were so deep, Myers is able to get back and backhand this ball, get it back in, and keep Holt from scoring. So we showed you the prevent defense, and it worked that time.
First and third, 2 down, and the winning run 90 feet away as Molina goes back to the mound here to talk to Peralta as they prepare to deal with Dustin Pedroia. .24 earned run average here at Fenway in his career for Peralta. Has not been a great place for him. Pedroia .286 average against Peralta in his career. Game in the balance right here. Red Sox trying to extend this winning streak. Strike one. Pedroia's walk, grounded out, singled, and flied out. Fouled off, and Pedroia's down 0-2.
Oh, I think Dustin would love to have that one back again. A curveball that really kind of stayed up in the zone. Oh. Fouls it straight back. That was a bit of a hanger right there.
Brock Holt gets his lead at third base with 2 outs. Count 0-2 to Dustin Pedroia. Bounces in. Taking second base is Xander Bogaerts. Defensive indifference as it is 1-2.
What a play by Molina. He just saved the game right there. Split-fingered fastball directly down in the dirt, and Molina traps it between his arm and his side. Ball gets by him, winning run scores.
Second and third, 2 down. Only concerned with that runner at third base, and Brock Holt with 2 outs in the inning in the ninth. Pedroia lines it foul. Broke the bat in the process. Pedroia going to work on the bat here. 1-2 to count. chance to win this game for the Red Sox here in the 9th inning. Quite a battle tonight between the Rays and Red Sox. Pedroia trying to finish it right here. Pedroia hits onto the ground to third. Longoria's got it. Inning over. We're headed for bonus baseball from Fenway Park. Game still tied 2-2. To the 10th we go. Is brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Game tied 2-2 back at Fenway Park, and Dustin Pedroia comes out of this game as Jonathan Herrera takes over at second base for him. Did not notice an injury there as he was going down to first base.
No, he made good solid contact down at third base, and then didn't appear to have a problem running to first. We'll see.
So he comes out of the game.
Yeah, really tough to tell what the problem might be with Dustin.
Will Myers leading it off here for Tampa Bay. New pitcher Edward Mujica into the game for Boston. His 20th appearance, 2-1 with a 6.63 earned run average, 12 strikeouts to 5 walks. And opponent's hitting at .312 against Mujica. Myers takes ball 2. Will Myers tonight has walked twice, fly to center field. Koju Ihara had a 1-2-3 9th inning with a strikeout. Red Sox pitching, retiring 8 in a row. Mujica falling behind 3-0. There's a strike, 3-1.
A slider on a 3-0 count right there, expecting Myers to have the green light. Myers, then Escobar and Molina anticipated. Bottom third of the order.
Myers drives one deep and far, but he's out ahead. A foul ball that'll get out of Fenway. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Will Myers here in the 10th inning. Send it down to L.
All right, thanks, Don. Well, we saw in the second inning what happens when Yunel Escobar comes up to bat, and the fans at Fenway booed him, but he's actually used to chilly receptions. You can hear the boos right now. In fact, speaking before the game, Joe Maddon talked about the fact that he was booed in Toronto. He says what they do for Escobar, because they know that he doesn't get a lot of love, is they give him a good standing round of applause in the dugout. He says they cheer so loudly so that he can hear it and that it drowns out some of those boos. He smiles, and then he goes out there and hits the ball. But at this point, Don, I think it would require 3 teams to drown out the fans at Fenway.
Yeah, not a fan favorite, hasn't been. Even when he was in Toronto, let's throw to first base, and back to the bag is Myers. One for 4 in his career against Mojica with an RBI. Another throw over, and Myers just back to the bag.
Yeah, Myers does have 2 stolen bases tonight. Steal of second, a steal of third.
He's feeling fast. On the ground left side. Bogarts to the backhand will go to second for 1. On to first, not in time. They do get the lead runner in Will Myers at second base. Escobar comes up lame at first base. Well past it, actually. Well, the trainer's going to come out and check on him.
There's the backhanded play by Bogarts. Herrera just into the ball game, turning it over, but not quite in time to get Escobar. And Escobar coming up lame as he trots down that first base line.
Joe Maddon with action in his pen. Oviedo and Balfour. Now don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU Digital Federal Credit Union, Sunday at 1. TC and Steve will preview John Lester's start, plus all the latest news and notes from the Red Sox clubhouse. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Looks like he's got to be coming out of this game the way he's moving around.
Tough to tell. Hamstring, knee.
Tonight in the first inning, David Ortiz was hit by David Price. Warnings handed out right away in the first inning of this game tonight. John Farrell was ejected in the first inning of this game tonight. And in the 4th inning, Mike Karp gets hit by David Price. They ruled it was not intentional, and the bench is emptied here. Nevertheless, Price stayed in the game. David Ortiz trying to get at Price. Price would stay in the game for a total of 7 innings. Then in the 6th inning, Brendan Workman has this one go behind Evan Longoria. He is ejected immediately. And so was Brian Butterfield at that point as well. The Red Sox had gone through John Farrell, Torey Lovullo, and then Brian Butterfield. And now Greg Colburn is currently the active manager. Joe Maddon, the manager for the Rays, still in this game. He's got to put somebody at first base here to run for Yunel Escobar, who leaves the game with an injury, hobbling still as he heads to the dugout down the tunnel. Sean Rodriguez is going to pinch hit, it looks like, coming up here.
Well, they do need a runner at first base.
Still.
And I doubt it's going to be George Hendrick, the first base coach.
Maybe Solis, who's just coming in from the bullpen. I don't know. We'll see. It looks like it will be Solis who's going to pinch run here. Reinstated from the 15-day DL, debuted in the 9th inning. Called up from AAA Durham. Took the roster spot of Alex Colomé, who was optioned, and he's going to come into the game. Now Sean Rodriguez pinch hitting for Jose Molina. Runner at first, 1 out. Molina had been 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. Rodriguez off the end of the bat, foul. Red Sox have action in the pen as Andrew Miller warming. Badenhop, Tazawa, Uehara, Mujica already out of the pen. Mujica working here with 1 out, 1 on in the top half of the 10th inning. Two teams played 15 innings in St. Pete. Rodriguez with that biting in on him. Down on the count 0-2.
Yeah, that was a split-fingered fastball from Mujica, staying on the inside part of the plate.
Three for 7 as a pinch hitter, including a home run. Fly ball down the right field line. Sizemore long run onto the track to make the catch for the second out. Nice play by Sizemore, 2 down.
Remember, things much more difficult out there with the rain for part of the night, making the outfield slippery, the infield slippery. Nice play here by Sizemore as he is able to grab it before it goes into the stands.
And Wandy Evans shot to make the pitching change here for the Red Sox. He wants Andrew Miller with 2 outs here in the 10th inning. That's going to do it for Edward Mujica. With 2 down in the 10th, the pitching change from Fenway Park with the game tied 2-2, and Andrew Miller on his way in. Game tied 2-2 with 2 outs here in the 10th inning. And Andrew Miller into the game here for the Red Sox with 2 outs in the top of the 10th inning. 27th appearance, 1-4, the 2.66 earned run average, 37 strikeouts, 7 walks. Opponents hitting at 193 against Miller. Pinch hitter now for the Rays. Forsythe is going to pinch hit. Logan Forsythe, who at second base a couple of the games for the Rays when the Red Sox were in St. Pete. Pinch hitting for David DeJesus. That's a fly ball, shallow right field. In comes Sizemore. He's in and under. Makes the catch. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th inning from Fenway. Tied at 2. Presented by Men's Warehouse, proudly introducing Joseph Aboud. TC and Steve will break down Game 2 of this series versus Tampa Bay. Actually be Game 3, plus a preview Eric Bedard start against the Sox at Sunday at 12:30 on NESN. Now 2-2 the score, bottom half of the 10th inning back at Fenway Park. Changes for the Rays. Ben Zobrist goes from second base to shortstop. Staying in the game is Sean Rodriguez after he pinch hit. He's at second base. Ali Solis staying in the game here for Tampa Bay. Pinch ran and does the catching. Juan Carlos Oviedo in for his 17th game, 1-1, 1.62 earned run average, 16 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents hitting under 200 against Oviedo at 194. Took the loss on Wednesday at Toronto, allowing an unearned run. David Ortiz to lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Ortiz into the shift. Rodriguez in short right will throw out David for the first out of the 10th inning. Into the shift again. One down here in the 10th, and it brings up Johnny Gomes. One down, Gomes 0 for 4. He has struck out, flied out to right, and grounded out to third base. Carlos Oviedo trying to get comfortable out there on the mound. There's the first out of the bottom of the 10th. Strike one.
At the shift on Johnny Gomes in the infield. 3 men on the left side of the infield, including Sean Rodriguez, the second baseman.
Holmes gets hit, and he'll head down to first base with 1 out. Third batter hit tonight for the Red Sox. Johnny Gomes has faced Oviedo twice and has been hit by him both times.
And again, no injection because not deemed intentional. It would be foolish at this point. It looked like it might have been a changeup that time, too, from Oviedo that hit Gomes. But Gomes will gladly take first base.
Winning run at first with 1 out here in the 10th inning. A.J. Brzezinski coming up. Been on twice, reached on an error in the 2nd inning, doubled in the 4th. He's grounded out twice since. Brzezinski jumping on the first pitch, fouling it off. 3 for 7 against Oviedo in his career. 3 RBIs for Brzezinski. Gomes having a dive back. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
That's back-to-back changeups they've thrown Brzezinski to start off this at bat.
Oviedo, 14 of his 16 appearances this year have been scoreless. Mike Carp waiting on deck. 1 out, last of the 10th inning. David Price scoring the first 7 innings tonight for Tampa Bay. Jake McGee worked the 8th inning. Joel Peralta in the 9th. He was tested. Red Sox had runners at 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, but Pedroia grounded out to end the threat in the 9th. Now on Carlos Oviedo out there for Jim Hickey, pitching coach for the Rays. For the first, and again Gomes having to dive back.
Gomes does not have a steal on the season, but getting plenty of attention over at first base.
In the air to right field for A.J. Brzezinski, back towards the triangle area, and it'll be dropped out there. Gets into the triangle. Johnny Gomes is going to run all the way around, and the Red Sox are going to walk off with a victory from Fenway. Make it 5 in a row for the Sox. is ruled a triple for A.J. Pierzynski as the Red Sox on what has been a fun night at Fenway Park come away with the victory and win it 3-2.
Yeah, nice effort out there by both Myers and Desmond Jennings, but that ball dropping in, and as soon as it dropped in, game over.
First walk-off hit for A.J. Pierzynski since 2009.
And nothing but changeups to Pierzynski. He finally got one that he could golf and hit it deep enough. The question was, were they going to be able to track it down and make a play on it? And neither could.
Myers had to be aware that Jennings was coming underneath him.
Yep. And Jennings took the brunt of this. As you can see, he got kicked in the shoulder, in the face, and as that ball's bouncing around, the Red Sox walk off with a win.
A.J. given credit for the triple. Sixth walk-off hit of his career. Red Sox win it 3-2 in 10 innings tonight. An emotional night here at Fenway Park. Lots of stuff happened, and in the end, the Red Sox come away with the emotional win.
Now, this is a real good ball game tonight from Fenway Park. It really was. It had about everything into it. The Red Sox able to win it in 10 innings, 3-2 on an A.J. Pierzynski triple off a changeup. They threw him nothing but off-speed pitches, and that last one was not a bad pitch. He just went down. He was able to get it and drive it far enough and in a perfect location in between Jennings and Myers to get the game winner.
Let's send it down to L.
All right, Don. AJ, that is your first walk-off since 2009. What did you see at the plate?
Man, it's been a long time. I just got to change it. I was trying to hit something we could score on. Luckily, they kind of ran into each other. I hit to the farthest part of the park, fell in, but Johnny wearing the changeup to get on the first. Emotional game. A lot of guys getting kicked out. A lot of fun, but a huge win.
Speaking of emotions, were you surprised at all at some of the residual tension that we saw pop up in the fourth?
I'm going to have to say you're probably going to have to ask them about that. Throw at David. Hit throw behind him. First at bat. They hit Carpy. There's only so much you can take as a team before you get tired of it, and you got to send a message. And unfortunately, Worky tried. He got to let one go inside, and he got ejected. And then everyone else in our coaching staff got ejected. I think I was the player manager at the end.
I was going to say they were going to put you in. AJ, this has been a tale of two streaks. It's a streak no one wants to talk about, and now 5 in a row. What do you think you've learned about this ball club, and what has this ball club learned about itself in the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think this team has seen the lowest hopefully it can get. And I think we have guys that are going to fight and claw and do anything we can to stay in it. So I'm happy we're winning, and hopefully we don't see anything like we did a couple weeks ago. But now it's time to turn the page and let's try and win tomorrow.
Congratulations, AJ. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
Very good, Don.
All right, Al, thanks very much. The Red Sox win it 3-2, and they walk off with a win as we send it to Tom Caron.